in that thing. But pressure with the man, also when you support to be and to be every more, so I am about the before, and then that can happen to follow him up. And this is how God put the situation up.
But some of you are aware, sir, you had overthrown the constitution and a Muhammadi over my civilian government. I know BFE said, CCRD, BBR Twitcha, BBI Jojo, a civilian government is in place, a boomino. And these are justifications and more personal comfort and enkoye mamuntino. You have to come back and overthrow another civilian government. Is it justifiable?
Was it justifiable to lock soldiers without trial in condemned cells, without letting the public to know what is happening in the country? I know you're justifiable. According to the Constitution, who to be soldier for do no condemned cells, without letting the country to know about what is happening. I know you're justifiable. Since we're moving in the country, and I'm right to move. Things were not going right. And I believe the present government will not go that way. For the people to see and know what is happening. That's a Kokulu way. Send a Limadian call that way. Yankasa Bibin say, your bumper, your person. That happened now at Chobukurono. So, it's 31, 32, there wasn't a bloodshed. Now, 79, there was a heavy civil bloodshed.
Yes, 79 the end yes, him say na bloodshed wo but 81 the no the ma 81 the ye hu say it was treasonable because more overthrow the constitution of the republic in 81 and meaning say we are aware of the consequences of that meboa.
Yeah.
So why did you do it? Say omo lock up soldier for 10 with no justification in it.
Soldier for 12, and the treatment is on they were tracing the head of state on handing over to the present government, removable sabi or
sir?
No one was able to come out to say that the way Liman HT Lawrence wasn't it's unfair. No one was able to come out to say it. And just the way you want to even if it's on come on, I mean, my brother, if you are living with such a watch my crowd that would in this way, one day one will throw that inside the room. Be fair with the people, be fair with the nation. Let the nation know what is happening. Don't hide secrets from the nation.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
The award for the political program of the year radio going to Ekosiisen of Asempa FM. Ekosiisen Asempa FM.
Political program of the year radio Ekosiisen. How did it end? And the host of the show, OB, steps up to pick the award.
Congratulations, Ekosiisen.
Asempa de Hana Asempa one of OTA or we Jumom Tiabuchi because phone super the earphones because Obi Beba and Asempa passes with Yaba. Anna Gana Footy a Yabia Tia will be a Uti.
Say, I said, Mammy, about Papa or one to you may be that day. So this will say, or any Papa, I then about Swaman promoting, say, or no, I think you all have this idea. I don't know, I have a better high again.
But it is here, Mr. You the whole way, or here for potty.
Or another room next to the area, or more beside the train and nothing.
But on any lawyer and the one that's on Unqua.
But I already remember my cabbage, my friend. You die for woman on the
Abani say,
more than
Yanini bedin komo. Yanini bedin komo. Coffee.
they will turn against them.
Boem constituency for you now.
Boem for you because we program Omunfa in the agro and they listen to it a lot. And also, you are doing very well. And let me use this opportunity to congratulate you. More platform program, award. It's a great award. More you are there, and you are doing so well. People will criticize you, but that is the only. That is the success. Some of them, it helps you to listen and then do more. That's why you are winning the honors. That's why you are winning the honors. And to keep it up.
Asempa FM.
Your Excellency, Akwaba na Otden.
Hey, Obi, Yamina Dumianwi. Bibia Boko, me chete fupa. Na mabahan me who de Zamasasa. Wabrabo. Sande. Obi and the minimum security takra this year. Nationally, the level baby will do royal. So wow, that's great. It's great. It's good to see you.
Good to see you.
You see, that has always been my philosophy. We hasn't there happen, you know. As the trees grow, others come up. It's painful work. I also say that's it. It's really a pleasure to be before you at Asempa. And this is the first time Samara me play Asempa FM.
Okay.
Oh yes.
Okay.
The CIMG Radio Program of the Year, Ekosiisen.
Supreme Court Rule CI 16 as amended by CI 99, which reads, quote, the court may A. Dismiss the petition where the petitioner fails to file the processes regarding the petition within the specified time, or B. Hear and determine the petition where the respondent failed to file their answers or the processes regarding their answer within the specified time. Indeed, this position in the procedural rules of the Supreme Court relating to presidential election petition is echoed through the different hierarchies of courts in current case management structure and will not be compromised. Order 32, Rule 7A, Subgroup 3 of the High Court Civil Procedure Amendment Rules 2004 CI 87, which governs trials in the High Court, has a similar provision as follows. Where a party has failed to comply with any of the directions given at a case management conference or pre-trial review or both, the judge may make any of the following orders. A. Strike out the action if the non-complying party is a plaintiff. B. Strike out the defense and counterclaim, as the case may be if the non-complying party is a defendant. C. Order any party to pay cost. Or D. Make any the appropriate order. End of quote. The petitioner is again directed to file his witness statement on the matters raised in his petition and other pleadings, and his response to the preliminary objections by close of the day on Wednesday, the 27th of January 2021, failing which this court will proceed to invoke the sanctions imposed on this court by the rules of court. The petition is thus adjourned to Thursday, the 28th of January 2021 for hearing.
We're grateful to your lordships for giving us the opportunity to file the witness statements, and we would like to state firmly, my lord, that we did not by any means intend just to disregard your orders. That was never the intention. As we indicated, we had expected that there would be an opportunity for us in the witness statement to include some of the matters that were the subject of the discovery processes. But in any case, your lordships have ordered for us to proceed with filing tomorrow, and we will apply, we will act accordingly, and we're grateful for your indulgence.
The petitioner has been ordered to file his witness statements by close of day tomorrow, which is Wednesday. The petition has been adjourned to the 28th of January for hearing, which is Thursday. Now, I must say something. We are all legal practitioners. The Supreme Court is a very busy place. The Supreme Court is not a forum for organized, rehearsed, and choreographed theatricals or melodrama.
is a place for real, hard, and serious legal work. It's not for flurry of literature, long prose, and rather dull English, devoid of any legal merit. I want to advise my colleagues on the other side that if it ain't broken, don't attempt to fix it. We are ready for them on Thursday. Thank you.
With respect to the language used this morning by a senior member of the bar and former president of the Greater Accra Regional Bar, Mr. Frank Davis, the language that he employed this morning is unacceptable in describing the actions of petitioners' lawyers as theatricals, in describing us as persons who intend to be intransigent and disobedient to orders of the court. I am sure that Mr. Frank Davis knows that all the applications that we have brought are within the framework of the law. You are journalists. Please do a bit of research. Read CI 99 and please tell us where in CI 99 it is said that you cannot bring an application for stay of proceedings. Tell us where in CI 99 it is said that you cannot bring an application for interrogatories. And tell us where in CI 99 it is stated that as a petitioner you cannot bring any interlocutory application before the court. These are all mechanisms that legal practitioners employ, and we have employed them in a way that is not abusive of our rights within the framework of the Supreme Court rules. And so for him to employ that language is most unacceptable, and we take exception to what he said this morning.
The CIMG Radio Program of the Year, Ekosiisen. Are you ready? You are listening to the CIMG Radio Program of the Year, Ekosiisen, on Asempa 94.7 FM. Are you ready? You are listening to the CIMG Radio Program of the Year, Ekosiisen, on Asempa 94.7 FM. Are you ready? You are listening to the CIMG Radio Program of the Year, Ekosiisen, on Asempa 94.7 FM.
Asempa FM. Asempa FM. Asempa FM.
Adofonom yesan ma munyina akwa baby oba Ekosiisen dwumadie eso ene ebenada, and it's a Tuesday afternoon, the 26th day of January 2021. We are live from our national studios at 355 Fanofa Street in Kokomlemle, Accra. Fanofa. It's a river on river or something. Fanofa. And more mountain crying, no, Mijis Maboni, Fanofa, river on river, and I say on top of a river. I don't know which is which, but a honey Kokomlemle oba the multimedia premises oba be Asempa FM ewaha your frequency 94.7. Me need your say bonso from Ubia Major, so I speak on behalf of the best production team in town, a team led by Dominic Kisi Yaboa, ably assisted by Nana Chum Berema, Jackson Osei Intiamoa, Eric Opare, baby friend DJ Yeyo, and Queen Star Japan. And that's the team behind Ekosiisen, with moral support from Omaihene Kwabena Asante, the head of our political affairs desk. Yatinasi 6:30 p.m. and a Jumedieno Eba area. We have a lot on our tables for this Tuesday afternoon. Enche Joseph Akable will join me, or court correspondent, and Supreme Court etnas in Sem Akoso Ewo, and you would love to listen to him. Yebenya two lawyers Ewo studio ha. Bakon speaks for the petitioner, lawyer Sami Jemfi, and Bakon also speaks for the second respondent, Nana Adodankwa Akofo-Addo, a lawyer Henry Nana Boache. And two lawyers will join us, and then we'll get into the issues some more. And then after that, no, the conversation around COVID. I don't know say ebiana officer COVID na ye kano. Ye han ye ni e kan sem dodoa. It is not getting any better. The national outlook no is scary. Inti yesremo say monfa protocols no enye ejuma. Sometimes ya ni yempesi ebe hunu na amanfo, but so we share active cases now in the regions of 3,613. 3,613. Nipa ewo COVID nibi sisia enono. Omua ewu 372. 372. And it's looking really, really scary by the day. I was seeing the ATV boy in home and also average cases I recorded in a day. 600. I mean, as at NRA, 646 new cases. And on the average, we record 600 new cases every day. And easy. And that's why we would have to be extremely careful about how I arena AC echo. I mean, a mask is definitely better than a ventilator. And they say, we use a mask. A yes, say, Yariane Becho, Ama, a ventilator, a so. And a mask is better than a ventilator. And when him say your home is better than the ICU, which intensive care unit. Say, Oda ufia, a yes, and see a to ICU. It did be a dreams, na into me and more. It's better to be safe. Mask up, put on your mask. Na niomantimin koyen from especially or baby here say odo mask ebesha fashe na into me. COVID-19 is real. It's real. It's killing people by the day, you know. And yebedi hun come later on the show. Of course, Ebia started cancer. We might have to go on another lockdown, you know. And what will be the implications of a lockdown on our economy? Already, lockdown last year, no? The finance minister then, it will take us as a country 3 years to be able to recover from 3 weeks lockdown, and the impact of COVID generally on the economy, no, will take us by 3 years. We're all thinking, say, by this time, and all of that, known treatment. Of course, vaccine ena aba ebo amanfo ho ebayomua awobino. But treatment MI, what it means, they say the effect no will linger on for a while. And it was seeing in a possible lockdown and its effect on the economy. ebi nso aka sɛ yɛntimi nyɛ lockdown maybe partially ne yɛ introduce restrictions ne bi encounty wobɛka started yɛ sɛ ayie kora yɛntimi nyɛ ayie later ɛna ɔmampanyin ɛba bɛka sɛ okay nti sɛ woyɛ ayie na te nipa 100 a wobɛtimi ayɛ sisi ebi free sɛ ayie we should stop completely parties and saa nneɛma no what do you think about our proposals now, because our facilities are overstretched and in treatment centers now anyhow various intensive care units now anyhow and to say ubenya mpakra daso any of our treatment facilities no ebi niho enti adofonom moma yemfa de serious na yenhwe mo yen ho ban ebia wutie me wo trotro mu o mask no enhyew and me kan ye wakai mask ni hye oboto me pacho yi na fa hye driver for no nso driver for no nhye da mpehye and won me na bebre na aka se when say me hye mask ne cha na ma home na aye bibia what it means ne say then you have a problem with underlying condition because I wish a mask and I say you have difficulty in breathing not just say really wapomodin in share that in see pay papa and you might have to also check that Medikia say a mask is better than a ventilator and your home is better than the ICU so please mask up show mask no na bibia into me and later on the show we'll spend some time on COVID-19 but asisia no Supreme Court in sense and the na yetumi akoso intimunhya nso emfa Ekosiisen so na high Asempa FM one other thing so and program din the Ekosiisen and the bia yebusa se nsem bi aba besen ekono na ye nyina yakọ back na yakaka ho se akwakwa akosisen and menim say ye ka court nsem yi de obi apese ohun Asem North member of parliament the case no saying there was a dual citizenship case be brought against him and so krama the Cape Coast High Court a grantee injunction on him say on to me call for swearing in in parliament sisi asasem ne pa na Cape Coast High Court no akosi saying Richard Kojonya akon e Cape Coast Richard akwaba na pom to saying great enti Cape Coast High Court Asem North MP the case no ehin na ewo sisi a
well obi obekaya tama a ruling on the interlocutory injunction by what the judge said say case is of a grievous nature nti emodru pa the nature of the petitioner's claims emodru a enye say endi the ruling on the injunction into sometime would have to be set aside for the substantive matter to be heard. No, of course, or really, say he should not hold himself as a member of parliament. In the drama that has surrounded Sanyama. But after that, we have not heard anything about the disregard of the court ruling, and that's why incite to be for contempt. I know the union who so be so court say court Mrana will share and I say order now my and will be a disregard and answer but we do know and they say the lawyers for the Asem North MP Oma filing more responses to the petition. What they are essentially saying in the responses and they say the argument still stands. At the time of filing, na papa ne begin the processes to renounce the citizenship with Canada.
Asempa FM.
That is not what the law says. Once he has initiated the processes to renounce the citizenship, they believe that it is effective because the other administrative and Yemen burden should not be shifted on no applicants for the process. Into once we initiated the process, it is effective. It is as effective as he hasn't had that requirement. That is essentially what the lawyers for the Asem North MP they are saying today. Few said the court should listen to them and throw out the case because it has no merit.
Indeed, from the last time court ne granted sa interlocutory injunction no court ne sign tena sa asem ne so bio
there be so that was say or tena asem no so no na claims so no more file but the respondent the side of the Asin MP no needed to file their responses the claims being made but anunumuno any nya sa interlocutory injunction barring the Asin member Asin member of parliament elect then from holding himself as the member of parliament. So non the Sisiano Obian Rezi a matter of the disregard of the court ruling and Nasa Bibisa. What we do know is it is a substantive matter that is being visited. And then the lawyers for the Asin MP they filed their responses urging the court to throw out the case.
Okay, and it's the same no file or more response no. The year trying to say court never fix a date for the hearing proper to begin. And that date no court in fix it. And now we can say lawyers na the case no a court for the plaintiffs no among so no emfa process bia ma court say almost cite MP no for contempt and sadin bibia samai.
We've not heard anything from them saying they are going to cite the member of parliament now for Asin for contempt. The NTBBM fee or my nosy around so I've not heard anything. It has not come under my watch and as under my notice.
Okay, Richard, my say would find out from lawyers no here in Accra. Ne Asha said Nyoma is here. Into BBN yebesi about hobio. Why? And congratulations also for the award or Saberima Award, right?
Royal Award.
Yeah, or Saberima Royal Award. Wow. Congratulations. Why? Great. And Richard Kojonya Kon and Moten and Kano reporting live from Cape Coast, the central regional capital. Ekosiise Nsuni, Asempa FM 29 minutes after 2. And from the Cape Coast High Court, the Supreme Court of Ghana, Joseph Akable, yen court correspondent Joseph Atenase mema na kwa banafe yen toaso and ye ka Supreme Court they now him say de bia yenya exclusive videos e de ebremo nioma esi ye out of court enti team no I ready with the videos no oba Asempa 94.7 FM yen page on Facebook ubetimi ahwe videos ni be de enne e course so e wo court ni nyinara ubetimi ahwe bia wa anya time anhwe bra Asempa 94.7 FM yen page on Facebook na bra behwe videos no while we speak to Joseph Akable. Joseph Akwaba na akpoke no
me okay.
Wow. And bibia koye wo Supreme Court there.
It was brief. I mean, ekopie mu ene no say asana ibe kono na nyama bebrede da akwan mu na osanka court no deal with it. So a lot of us here wonder which of the issues the court will deal with today. But court in the by now within the brief moment I was sitting, the interaction centered on the fact that it had given orders that were not obeyed, and so that became the discussion for the day that was simply between Mr. Mohammed's legal team and justices of the Supreme Court. Judge Snibet said Justice Yawapel, Gertrude Tokonu, and Professor Ashikote and Justice Mafusau. These are the judges who took on Tony Litha, who first and foremost is a member of the legal team, who made a point to the court that Chachutikata, who is the lead counsel, was late, and so Anka Ebeya Nachachumbai into Hono Tony Litha Kasanka court in Ebeya and command him break a crown on train.
Emma Chachumbai,
Hona court in the Debbie. One
Kasai. None reason is the intia
or say on the Kasai, not less or bar now a bane. There's not traffic na amani delay into Ebeya and command him break a crab. Her court in the Kasai. If you don't Tony Litha no case, ni mubi na fin krata be brena. Or issue on one or Ninsa SSI Krata and Asinti. A case I also to me handle even without Mr. Chikata being around. And see a Honor court no a proceeded be a direct question say my order said by close of work on Thursday January 21 on our file or witness statements and after so legal arguments related to the initial objection.
Court
Bisani say whether he has been able to comply with that or not. I mean, as far as they are concerned, they took the view that because they had filed for a review of the decision and also a stay of proceedings they took the view that they shouldn't or they ought not to file
the witness
statements. The Honor court in the say, now court ma order. Once I order, and even after our file stay in your camp, we file other processes and also related to the petition one way or the other. It is saying that they were filing the open say yetie who demand so ye order the amount there.
And they don't person obey.
Obey so. And after the interaction, judges express your more displeasure at the fact that they had given orders now it wasn't obeyed. Chief Justice Kwesini Nyeboa, president of the panel, Eka said they are going for a recess to come out with what should happen next since the order has not been complied with.
Okay. And it is back and forth waiting any debate how many minutes?
It lasted about between 10, 15 or 20, maximum minutes. 20 minutes. It didn't go recess number.
Yeah, remind you of the orders at Supreme Court MI the last time to share or more pre-trial directions about out now and the mode of trial. Okay, said the petitioner and the witnesses shall file witness statement with exhibit, if any, by noon of Thursday, the 21st of January 2021. In the way in a petition is no anya no. Oh, great. Number 2, okay, said the witness statement shall be served on the counsel for the respondent by the close of the day of Thursday, the 21st of January 2021. In the petitioner's non-file witness statement, now what it means, they say this service was not done. Omentimi and serve on the respondent. 3, the respondent and their witnesses, if any, shall file their witness statement with exhibit, if any, by the close of the day on 22nd January 2021, which was Friday. We no respondent no file omo de.
Omo comply with orders.
Omo witness statement omo
file BBIS.
And omo witnesses ne hwan mo.
For the EC Jin Mensa.
Jin Mensa
because yes, no na sign a statement na omo file wo court and after so for President Akufo-Addo on the side no omo witness Peter McMahon.
Oh, Peter McMahon, campaign manager. Okay. And to point number 4, can say A, the first and second respondents shall file their submissions on the preliminary objections raised to the petition by 12 noon on Friday, the 22nd of January 2021. Sir, submissions were on my filing. First and second respondents are filing. Okay. The registrar shall ensure service of the submissions of the preliminary objections by the close of day on Friday, the 22nd of January 2021. We know, I would want to believe the registrar, no aye. The petitioner shall file any response to the submission on the preliminary objections by noon on Monday, the 25th of January 2021, which was ENRA. When the petitioner, they've not done this one too. Okay. And a ruling on the preliminary objection will be incorporated in the judgment of the court. And instead of omo witness statement and omo response to the submission on preliminary objections, petitioner then what did they file rather?
So first they filed a request for stay of proceedings.
Okay.
I don't know cause before a court no be delay with review on Thursday member court in DJM be related to the election petition.
In the court ni nyai bibia na onka omo review ne ho asem ni nwie ansa na watoa so.
And then they come file. After the almost sign file biom a request to be allowed to file additional arguments in support of their review, which was due on Thursday. But that request, they were supposed to make that request today.
Okay.
And then 2 items on my file post the January 20 order na court issues and can be here some this order so.
And in that brief interaction, Supreme Court justices ne ba ko say even with application pending and petitioners can still file a witness statement. Na say review ni koyema or more, they can come back with supplementary.
That was the interaction and taking place between Justice Gertrude Tokonu and Ora Tony Luther. Na judge ne point out to one say in the event Crampo say file a witness statement and that's a review no in your favor.
Okay.
Send over to me. Asan file additional documents to add whatever you want to add. On the other hand, some in favor. You will still have to file a witness statement anyways. It was at that point now. Omo show TV so bet here. Tonilita Car say, I mean, is it a case that it has been predetermined already? And at that point, the justices were very unhappy. Very, very unhappy. I mean, they demanded that he withdraws and apologizes, and he did so immediately. Okay, so I withdraw that particular comment now or sign a part justice's signature. And that dealt with that particular issue. But the point that the panel was making to him was that whatever transpires, the court is available to enable them file, because of more arguments, and they say President Mamman illegal more arguments, and they say interrogatories answers said there were more mono a bit to me influence witness statement on Betron. Okay. And I indicate to a petition in Musel me 5 witnesses. 5 witnesses. And the indication I nya kra say and should be answer and nipa back witness back up and that's the fresh indication I mean, subsequently if we engage them we can speak to them on that, but the indication we are getting is it's likely that there will be one witness back. Fortunately, one of the spokespersons for the petitioner, lawyer Sami Jemfi studio. Our indication pointed to the party general secretary, Johnson Asidin, and the only witness on Okay. But the point no car said, am I to take it, sir? Your lordships have already predetermined the review. Was it out of place? Because if Omono insisted ruling on the review, in the kind of witness statement on Betro, and interrogatories need a part of the discovery process. For them, the movie say that information now or be the position of the court. Now the court is not really in sync with Omo thinking now. Why is it bad for him? Because I don't think he made a statement. A question. We will say, am I to take it, sir? A question, dear, but say questions will be sir. I mean, sometimes. Say some change money and thought that will be some question now. You know that is something that you are seeking to put across, and especially for such an engagement that is on national television, will be a shame, because the judges were simply trying to point out to him that in the event it goes either ways. It doesn't affect the case. That one, you have the option to, if it goes in your favor, you have the option to file the additional documents to reflect whatever new information you would have received. And now says call against her, in which case call against her, it would have meant that you would have delayed the court for nothing. Have delayed the court, that's true. And once a court gives an order to, the court took the view that once it gives an order, and that's why the Chief Justice, the court took the adjournment, because I say won't comply with the amount. But what they will about until you comply with order, it may be taking place. And I remember one of the justices cracker said, even when you had filed the stay of proceedings, you still went ahead to file fresh applications. In this case, supplementary argument any other. Wow. And court Nico break no mudi how long? It was for about 25 minutes. About 25 minutes. Now, mobile back, Chief Justice, read Rule 79 of CI 16. Rule 79 of CI 16. It states that, quote, where a party to the proceedings before the court fails to comply with a provision of these rules, or with a term of an order or a direction given, or with a rule of practice or procedure directed or determined by the court, the failure to comply is a bar to further prosecution of proceedings unless the court considers that the non-compliance should be waived. In the event the Supreme Court decides to strictly apply, and so the point being made is that if it decides to strictly apply, then it reserves the right to have it thrown out. Throw out case in the crowd. And also to me, I strike out some processes, but this rule, it applies to not just the petitioner, even to the respondents any other. And the court in reading rules, remind you almost say, as it stands, we notice the respondents have complied. Okay. But because the petitioner has not complied, or adjourn case to the 28th, giving them the 27th by close of day to comply. File witness statement, to comply. Okay, this is by original close of day, also filing your mommy, witness statement, and no more argument.
against the preliminary objection. You know, some filing by
okay. Failure to do so, no, court say it won't hesitate to apply the sanctions.
The sanctions in
rule 17 of CI 16.
And CI 16 is Supreme Court rules. Rules ne guard how a Supreme Court. Oh, okay. Okay, that's interesting. Did you see what's was almost filing now hearing Nankasa according to the court now started on Thursday.
Yes, and on Thursday there are a number of first issue obviously because Thursday originally a day for the review.
Yeah.
And even though the petition has been adjourned to that day, the review is also one thing that has to take place. So the review is one. The petition itself too has been adjourned to Thursday. There's also the request to file additional documents to support the review case, and also a material and also outstanding. So those are three issues that are related. Obviously, the court necessary they have to look at, and if obviously to be for the review now, it means that the panel will have to be reconstituted. That is, maybe two justices will join Kapana to now take a look at it.
7 no atwa so here case nankaza. Wow, meaning say we are in for very interesting times. Eventually lawyer Chachusi Kataba court na
obabe PM. In fact mbra obe PM no na judges no echo recess it back na omo announce decision we no or sorry na or apologize to the court for coming in late, and also to make the point that he had been briefed on what had transpired in the court, and he said, the case said they wanted to disrespect or disobey the court directive, but it was simply because of the view they took that because they had filed the stay and knowing very well that what they are seeking to do has the potential to impact the witness statement that they were preparing. And I don't know, Emma would take the view that this is how they want matters to proceed, and so some all inform a court, no apologize to court to make the point that it's not that a court are casting on the court never come.
Wow, and you see, you keep your fingers crossed for Thursday. Nyame adomoa na yahwe how case no ebeko. Inti ene petitioner nankasa ba court there.
1 PM.
1 PM. Any why na representative.
And there Samuel Fusampofo and Ebejine
national chairman of the
NDC. Even though the general secretary came in eventually.
Okay.
And Professor Nana Jinopoko Aljimanso also it be PM Ebehwe national organizer. Joshua Kamba so PM. President Akufa already saying name that I know. Peter Makmenu. Eba Ebejine Emano. Okay, last eba any kaka bia na so just no go no.
Yeah.
And the car buy ni jina bibi ejina last no.
Sir.
Etremu ko shechu.
Etremu ko jina baby fofo.
I say we ni aba so do na mo the videos not to be.
Yeah.
Then the car ni jina hobio.
But electoral commission in penny for ne by Jane Mensa and two deputies.
Eba be PM and two deputies no, and after director of communication. That's the team that always comes on behalf of the commission.
Wow, Martin Joseph, one other point na me pese me boost out, and in line with your Cape Coast ekoko tie bibi Asen North MP case na kwakodo no. Here in Accra, so one case ananko be ni di achire Honorable Kennedy Japan case na court. I think it was at the High Court, right? Akosi saying, where are we with that case?
The last time we got information on that case, now Supreme Court, Akase, steps should be taken to have the case assigned to another judge.
Okay.
That's the last time. Yeah, maybe say many dates assistance now. I don't personally know which court it was actually assigned to.
Okay.
But we've made inquiries. We've been trying to find out the status of that case. So far, we've not gotten any.
And is there the man the Supreme Court case? Case nema a new judge.
A new judge.
Now
yes.
on
Tinaso case. That was the last time we got information related to that case. Yeah.
Okay. And the judge not Tinaso initially no away.
As far as I know, he is a judge here in Accra still. As far as I know, Justice Amos Wintawuni.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Martin Joseph, inti yebeda si bibia yebe science wedding komobio. Right. Yeah, that's a point. Joseph Akable, in court correspondent, and I'm saying, can say the American lawyer Sami Jemfi Ekasa Edema, the petitioner, in this case, John Dramani Mahama, in the ongoing election petition case. Sounds so and a lawyer Henry Nana Boachi be friend Nana B on also Kasa Emma second respondent Nana Danko Akofado in this ongoing election petition case. And the lawyers me in etna say every summary ekwa anyone ebedi enkomo inti you assume na tie you know the argument are two lawyers no edibegu akwamen. These are young enterprising lawyers omanyo opportunity to speak for the petitioner and the second respondent in this election petition, this landmark election petition case. And munyi wasumna fe muntie how argument no ebeko from both sides. Before semema wana kwaba no ma memfa we mu intwem Rockstars Roofing Systems say ene omaba edi amani hu se mumu bebre na eye project mu sisi adan dan de ubesi ba roof a wo de be boso no emma edan na nimonyam e wo se roof ne roof papa efe you know and papa ne de bibia obenya no wo Rockstars Roofing. They are the leading manufacturer of quality roofing sheets for both domestic and industrial purposes. Now your roofing sheets now are produced in plain aluminium sheets. You were pre-painted aluminium sheets. You were pre-galvanized steel aluminium sheets. You were premium coated premium coated sheets. And you were premium coated alu-zinc. You sign were light gauge steel trusses. You know, into that yana the board and they won't yana the board in the trim was in Nuano be 40 year rainy at the end. I was also saying 2 dying so a bun you have for unya steel trusses need be good dying so and wafebo own sign ends the sunny bio. You sign were IBR roofing, your POP cement, your plaster boards, your joint filler, your corner molds, your centerpiece, and your fiber. Nina call Rockstars Roofing. I will be able Kai said we have all our products available in variety of designs, sizes, gauges, colors, and can be produced according to your own specifications. Inti Ebuanans were for any offices all over Ghana. Region B could be a Rockstars Roofing is fully represented. Yeah, free estimate at the mayan customers. In Dube Freya, a estimate number will be free wuntia share. Freya was 0243 690-402 0243-690-402. Rockstars or say quality and affordability. Na ene minim se o type Milo. Milo. The food drink of future champions. Milo. De brutal. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Inti moa muntaini breakfast. What they also wanna udi 1 and as a 011 and a 010 into we are nowhere did tam now what they are quakoda wow. I was say breakfast is the most important meal of the day into here. If you skip breakfast, your body will run out of glycogen by the middle of the morning, and that means reduced energy for you. And you know, I was saying energy levels. So when this happens, your body is like a car that runs out of gas. So that's the reason why you need breakfast every day. We hear breakfast is any option. Be a necessity. Idea was say udi breakfast because you run out of glycogen and also your energy we here for your system to run. And yes, I work a car or gas asa. You know, in the intimate M1, Milo and amount that nourishment of malt, milk, and cocoa, and the delicious taste of Milo to help your breakfast every day. Milo ewo micronutrient a boa amount energy, amount normal muscle function, and maintenance of normal bones during a child's physical activities. Breakfast your day with Milo to help give your child the right start for the day. Milo. Every child can be an MVP. With Milo, every child is a champion. Milo is the energy food drink for future champions. And Kai said this advert has been vetted and approved by the FDA. Unyebia, ebetimi aboa papa Milo die. Yenimno
Asempa FM.
Na ye ka Milo asemi uhie nsuo na odebe se Milo drink na opesa we ya uhie nsuo. Nsuo papa eno suma wapomden awake purified drinking water. Remember, water is life. And in so boa regulate your body temperature. Ema utimi jina onan so edijuma kama. Awake a premium purified water treated through a strict purification process to ensure that every bottle on the market refreshes you better. Now, we have the perfect size for all. And your size ever fit in our pocket, any cash you bottom. Your 330 ml, your 500 ml, nina a fit in pocket, and a bag mukama. Your 750 ml for heavy drinkers, and your 1.5 liters for those who always want more. Now, any the special 19 liters jar in swaba, and when you be see office and I say if you na more nominal kakran na bibi etimi akoyi. Amanti, just go on and grab a bottle of Awake and get quality hydration fit for your pocket. Awake purified drinking water, one for life. And you can one for life because bottle ba could be our betono. Your tisi can be at the coco boy in your National Cardiothoracic Center, Ewo Kolebu. And when you say through this initiative, yet me raise over 1 million Ghana cedis. At the Akwako Boa Cardiothoracic Center, Ewo Kolebu. Obia ntimi nye wei, I just say Awake purified drinking water. I want to say Awake a product Kasapreko Company Limited na aye. And Kasapreko ye company omo ye ISO certified inti aba standard omo mfe ni agro. Fre 0262 351 251 se ope do it 0262 351 251. Heaven insecticide spray and coil nenso ye kamfo ema heaven the bakope. You know, Esham na ikumin tuntum team na sinja sa edusham no stronko ewa wo dem na bibia timi akwa in the heaven mosquito coil na spray ni nyina edisa adwuma no ede ema and the heaven brand of camphor abawunim de camphor etimi ye unya bi go washrooms or kitchen sinks mu or wardrobes or urinals eboawo eyinka efri ho emoa wanso epamu nyina ede efri ho enti in the modern national so MIA Ekosiisen sorry a higher Asempa 94.7 FM. Let me say a very big good afternoon to the Honorable Bernard Okoboy. And Okoboy say okay, or say a spelled glycogen, but it's pronounced glycogen. Oh, okay, glycogen. Okay, Osemasa. Okay, the glycogen refers to storage form of glucose. Okay, also it can be reconverted to glucose when needed. In the store glucose, no, and by that, storing energy for you. And Dr. Bernard Okoboy, thank you for that correction. Glycogen and yet glycogen in Timuntion and so, and it's spelled for Muamunim na GLYCOGEN. CO baobono glycogen na etumi abwa. Thank you. Well, Obi, I'm not surprised. Only General Mosquito will represent ex-President Mahama in the witness box. This reaffirms his own statement that, quote, any idiot can go to court. Special greetings to Honorable Frank Anodompre and Dr. Bernard Okoboy, Eric Dankwa, Uwo Dobro, and Odiwe Abba. And that is, I say don't get here being the only witness. Signals are PK. It has not yet been confirmed in the motion and so. And good afternoon, Obi. Watching you live from Nungwa Bank Road. The actions and inactions of the lead counsel for the petitioner shows former President Mahama has no case to challenge at the Supreme Court. We thank God this case is being aired live for every Ghanaian to watch. Indeed, John Mahama lost the election fairly and squarely, and no wonder the delay tactics. God bless Ghana. The change is good. Yao Marvin Ewokwesimintim, but currently in Nungwa and on the way Abre Obi. From what happened in the court today, it is clear that your lordships are poised to ensure that justice is served on the over 13 million people who queued to vote on the 7th of December 2020. No time for any delays. Hashtag Ekosiisen. And if we Alex Martins, and he is in Koforidria. Mr. Mahama and his lawyers are deliberately making the court process boring. A lot of Ghanaians don't even know there is a petition in court challenging the presidency of Nana Danko Akufo-Addo. If Mr. Mahama and his lawyers think they don't have concrete evidence to back their case, they should humbly withdraw the case. Abdul Karim, the political speaker in Wenchi Zango in the Bono region, and all the way up. This one says, good afternoon, Obi and the entire production team. A shout out to all AFA members across the country. Fawaz is in Amasaman. Okay, let me see the other messages we have here. Na share into me and Twaso. Ekosiisen is the high Asempa 94.7 FM. Good afternoon, Obi. It is clear the petitioners do not seem prepared for their own trial. They just want to buy time to prepare enough. Obi, this is like Mourinho tactics against Pep Guardiola. Greetings to the majority chief whip, an MP for Nsawe Madridri, Frank Anodompre, Castro Ananu, and he is in Nsawem. It is gradually becoming clear that their petition is much ado about nothing. It is high time the ardent followers understood that the NDC leadership is lying to them. At this stage, the best they can do is to throw in the towel. Kwesi Reynolds is in Agona or Dobin. Alhaji Hamza is in Pig Farm, and he says, Obi, in fact, I am disappointed in Frank Davis for the language used to describe lawyers of President Mahama. I expected the judges to call him to order, but he was allowed to go on with his submission. Let us not forget that what goes round surely will one day come around. Alhaji Hamza, thank you. Let me see. This one says, truly speaking, the Supreme Court has been overly magnanimous to the petitioner. His lawyers' lackadaisical attitude, lack of candor, and sheer incompetence is enough grounds to trigger an outright dismissal of this much ado about nothing petition. They are only wasting precious time and space. Sir Obama is in Pokwase. Elder, praise the Lord. Tell Nana B and Sami Jemfe that if they don't want my trouble, they should call me immediately they exit your show. Anyway, we would continue our litigation this Sunday. Good afternoon to you. We say, Obi, every well-meaning Ghanaian must have by now seen through the court gimmicks of the NDC. The charade is obvious enough. I've always maintained that it's a ploy to court public sympathy for former President Mahama's 2024 bid. God bless Nanado, God bless Ghana, God bless you, Obi. Prince Odeneho Opon Esai e candidate. Okay, let me see. The messages are so many. Mame fa kakra nka ho na afei yema enuanu me yakwa abane yemfa nkomo ne nhese so. We cannot guarantee to make life easy if there is another intensive lockdown, because government won't be responsible for our needs nationwide as it was in the previous lockdown. Therefore, Ghanaians should take preventive measures seriously to avoid being victims. Regards to Honorable DCE of Denchemboa District, Seth Ofosu Brinkran. Seth Ofosu Brinkran Nedie Enono. Let me see. Keep your messages coming through 0546 382 287. 0546 382 287. That's our WhatsApp line. All the messages neba yebekan amount. More complaining say you need Facebook, you need YouTube. Is it YouTube? No, tune in. Tune in beyond. My main friend Chema say yes, we are off tune in, but now you can listen to us on our website into myjoyonline.com and adumonline.com. myjoyonline.com and adumonline.com. And I say, o download your apps. Nenswa, your myjoyonline.com app and adumonline.com app. Ubetma download it from App Store, Google Play Store, and also Huawei App Gallery. Now, and live. Alternatively, you can get onto Facebook and search for Asempa 94.7 FM. Like our page and watch our live stream. No, ubehu the Ekosiise studio hanging live on Facebook. Sounds now on YouTube and so wait me actually in live on YouTube. Your channel on YouTube here Asempa 94.7 FM on YouTube. You can watch us live there as well. Na bibie timi akoye ede amount. Yentie we emraye ba lawyer Sami Jemfi atnase, lawyer Henry Nana Boache atnase yede nkomo no ehhehye so. Stay with us. Yebasisia.
My dear, na dia mama misa o obusambe minim se wo do me pa me do papa me na da na wo hwe eye me suban pa na me nkwan da na me nkomode ni nyina wom meso de di kan pa yo be de dia wo di mona soap ani mona cream esiesia ma ya fefe na hano me da se na mama bi de mo hwe suban ansa o dabi me de me hwe screen ya fa ansa ansa kwa ba be hwe suban ene wo kan say de me ni mona soap ani mona cream na ebe wu o se de mona soap timi skin rashes ni yakro na eyi pampan fi nipa ho na mona cream timi sa propro ne ho a e ma chinyi fu brom e ma skin na ya nwensen ye sa ye bokọ sa bofra de no oh de se de me nyeja me ho ba bi ye wo se me di mona cream siesie no me di be siesie hey mona soap ani mona cream na ne bon so nya di na abuso yi de ene ahofe no me ma na busu ama ho ele me so ma don sa o ma fo here mona soap ani mona cream enfre agbeve herbal center 020-813-0790 and 024-6595-256.
FD Ashusha Sa Ejedi Nkrato Imu Aja Tumuse Eye.
Hey, Lala Didi Lala. What worry us so dear? Na me dear yemia. Africa Queen Mackerel bonnet juma was say. Africa Queen Mackerel Lydia what ya see unia. So what the year Jania? E dance tomato sauce na go on so e rich. Yes. E piece of wo. Inti e me Jani ne dey strong kon. And nam no so se muma. Na me chese nam pankwa. Wa wo beti ase. Na wo be checking so. E grade 1 na me say me chakwa me nkwan. Na me to be go mu a. Na to ne term so. Honey, oba papa. Oh you ma. Me jo. Me chese. Jollof, Gary photo, rice and stew. And piscine gravy day. Africa Queen Mackerel ni mo. Inti me nyina. Africa Queen Mackerel. Shawenum keke. Nam papa no.
Africa Queen. Shawenum keke.
Misika enso katie roba. And also enso estate 9. Now so empowerment. Me twati, me twani zuo. Me twati ya me twani sochi. I do cream so be idea. Amana easy cra. 3CD pack. 3CD so dia kwa me. Me will be se me share I do cream committee ana me kokomu a. Jai. Yeah. I take down crown for them.
Book store. Hwehwe ideal creamy for fry the light blue asensen wa e sochi. Ede na ne bo so da fem. FD ahwehwe sa edwati nkrato yi mu agya to say ye.
When your child is aching, suffering.
Onia woni se edru nyonyo tumi ma wo ba ne woko. Wo mra wo ma no edru ebetumi asane yare. Afei de wo how to etwa. Se wo banya hotutu anane baby ye ne ya manozino linsio. Edru de a ne nkate se anka na ode enije benum atafe abonanum se toto. Saranso na mpanyimfo a ewe busuamu nso de. Zeno to yaw to say tipaye. Cold, catarrh, sore throat, feverishness, flu, and romantic pains. If we say a year dume na e 2 yaw ase ficho. Enti Fazino tablet na ma woma Zeno suspension. Se de ebeya woma enko. Mo abra wo ko wonyare.
So Fazino nem na ho antowo a ko huru doctor. FD ahwehwe sa adwadie nkratoi agye atum se eye.
Zeno, have a happy day and a peaceful night.
Abra yeguswa de nkabom ekwantia COVID-19 yi. Ecobank ema wa kwanya hodo a wode betina fie. Abo ho ban na watumi du sikasem ahyewa wonsem. Fa Ecobank mobile didra bebia ne abrebia. Se wo Ecobank account ana wonibie. For text message ana email so for money sika. To credit, to our bills. Abra wutifie edwojo ho. Se yesika puduo na oni didra. For your internet banking no so. Ecobank QR code ma okwan ma ofa abefu siketua kwan so. Etua niema no dwumadi ahodo ahodoɔ ka womfa sika pɔtee entua twe Ecobank mobile eneya wo Google Play Store, App Store, ana yɛn Facebook page, ana bo *770# ɛwɔ phone biara so. Na chance ye didwa. Ecobank dwene wo ho. Kai sa wo bema kwan ada wo ne afoforo ntem. Ɛyɛ ata ahohoro wo nsa. Ɛna afei, ɛmfa wo nsa nkeka w'anim. Wo hia mmoa biara. Frɛ Ecobank Contact Center ɛwɔ 3225. Da biara ɛne abrɛ biara. A wontua hwee. Tena fie na bɔ wo ho ban. Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank.
Bibiara wa melkom Luciano le melkom Nofiano ye melkom. What are you looking for? Melkom got it all. Great discounts, don't do. Yamafia so best bargains on our days. Everything here is a bargain. High quality, goods be a priority. So tell your mom, tell Poppy, tell your actually everybody.
First clinic say eba sciatica no every usisimu konoa woto ase ho no ntina fa usrem ekosi wo na ase ho no ebo betimi atutu ama wo ankasa wo hu ba bia enye enti 21st clinic wo mo na ye sciatica expert e wo Ghana ha wo mo de bibiduro so ho bibiduro ankasa ene besa o yade no masa de machine aka ho yade bibiduro ka ho ne asa de wato machine so ya san ya o massage bi ye wi a herbal treatment yade awo no ama ho eye sciatica 21st clinic na ye expert a wo tu ase Ghana ha ba bia wo mo ho enkran domi market wo ho heavy do dan ni mo ho ena kuma senso ahia udu session so wo mo na nie dwabo so wo mo ho sunyane ni wenchi ni ba bia nkranza 0540 311 311 0540 311 311. There's a 21st clinic. Woman is sciatica expert. Enso mankwa, enso yenkwa. Nom awake purified drinking water. Abujun swa eye krojin. Ensu ne ma wa hodede tena ho abribia kai se awake bottle ba ku bi a wo beto no ye sika kakra de kon National Cardiothoracic Center. Awake purified drinking water, one for life.
For bulk purchase, contact 0262 351 251.
Nkratoi FD ahwehwemagia tumse eye.
Abra yeguswa de nkabom ekwetia COVID-19 yi. Ecobank ma wa kwanya hodwa. Wo de betina fie. Abo ho ban na watumi du sikasem ahyewa wonsem. Fa Ecobank mobile didra bebia ne abrebia. Se wo Ecobank account ana woni bie. For text message ana email so forma ne sika. To credit, to our bills. Abra wuti fie edwodwo ho. Se ye sika puduo na oni ye didra. For your internet banking no so. Ecobank QR code ma okwan ma ofa abefu siketua kwan so. Etua ne ma no dwumadi Woodwalker, one for Sika Potin, Entia, Chi Ecobank Mobile, and Neya will Google Play Store, App Store, and I am Facebook page, and now *770# and will phone Biaso. Na chance ye didra. Ecobank, General Ho, Kai Saubama Quine, Adaunia for frontem, Eata Horo and Sa, and Afi, and phone San Kikoanim, Uyam Webia, Fre Ecobank Contact Center, or 3225, Debia and Yabribia, Wuntiashi, Snefina Bo Hobine, Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank.
Misika enso katia roba and also enso estate 9 now so empowerment temetwati nemetwa ne zuozuo mi twati ya mi twa so I do cream so be gay die amana easy cry 3cd pa 3cd so dia kwa me it will be se mi share I do cream committee ana mi kokomu a jai yeah I take down crown for them
Book store hwehwe ideal creamy for fry the light blue asensen wa esoche ede na ne bo so da fem fd ahwehwe sa etwati nkrato yi mu agya to mu seye
da wo so ne macho medi miwura
na udi sa.
Hey, na malaria na fa hia mo to aware momoni agi sa no.
Adom malakio mixture ewo hoi. Malaria ent na yeso nche.
Ye kwa ye test e bi wo mu pe enyenum adom malakio mixture. Ani gina malaria body weakness yo tiredness yo hwim ye nyina ho atoye ntam kura. Na adom natural tonic a esisi ha yisu ye.
Adom natural tonic nso. Ye num to ya ye ntimi nidie. Eno na yanum bi edidi a ye ho tayen sa no.
Adom natural tonic. Menya ni mia na mentimi nidie. Menum bie bono me taisa. Ah, mo hwa ye fe pa ene ya mepe biato ni nyina apenfo abatan ya wo mo manufo ne kwada wo ni fie dunsi anka ho e wo pharmacies chemical no herbal shops dodo a ko dependable herbal home Medina New Road Greenhouse anane branch e waka so opposite there to international school 024 2223 555
FDA ahwehwe sa ejede nkrato emu age atum se eye
Me bo me samu bombe. O say yeah.
Oh yes, the Plan City Extension Project is still ongoing. I was so with me senior fear. Now so da ama hoto. Shannon so sending go Pram District Assembly supported by the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development and UN Habitat. One say akwenya no da so ho fitine kopim busumi match. Need the touch with your sabako. Apply now and own a home. Afi twan. Any council ma refisa obe joining Afrit Housing Cooperatives no for niche Plan City Extension Project. Free 05555 30300 and 0577 91101. Last number 05570 54635. Website newaccra.city. Plan City Extension Project, shaping Ghana's urban future.
Abra yeguswa din kabom ekwentia COVID-19 yi. Ecobank ema wa kwanya hodwa. Wode betina fie. Abo ho ban na watumi du sikasem ahyewa wonsem. Fa Ecobank mobile didra bebia ne abrebia. Sawo Ecobank account ana wonibie. For text message ana email so forma ne sika. To credit, tia wo bills. Abra wuti fie edwodwo ho. Say sika buduo na oni didra. For your internet banking no so. Ecobank QR code ma okwan ma ofa abefu siketua kwan so. Etua ne ma no dwumadi Walker, one for Sikapotin, Entia, She Ecobank Mobile and Neya will Google Play Store, App Store, and I am Facebook page, and I was star 770 hash, and will phone BR so. Nasha see Didra, Ecobank, General Ho, Kai Saubama Quai, Adaunia for frontem, Eata Horo and Sa, and Afi, and phone San Kikoenim, we yam webia, Fre Ecobank Contact Center, or 3225, Debia and Yabrebia, won't yashi, Snefina Bo Hobai, Ecobank, the Pan African Bank.
Anytime I feel lonely, feeling sad, only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Yeah. Oh, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa. Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa FM. Asempa FM.
94.7 Asempa FM Suni Ekosiise Dwumadie and our Sugusua Utie no live from our national studios 355 Fan of Our Street in Kokomlemle, Accra. Sound Suni wo over a dozen radio stations, which are affiliate radio stations in Ghana, and to Oko Sekendi Takrade or Aseda FM. Aseda frequency near 105.9. Seandi and the rest of the team are more Takrade, Yachiamo Strong. Oko BBNI, and that's in the Western North region. Yawo Ochiame FM, Ewoho. Se Oba Ashanti region, Asante Achamagogo, Yawo Adansie FM. Oko Oboase, Yawo PZ Radio. Oko Akomadan, yewo Cruise FM. Oko Finso, yewo Time FM. Oko Ejura, yewo Neji FM, all in the Ashanti region. Oko Bono region, Sunyane, yewo Storm FM. Oko Brekum, yewo Agro FM. Oba Wenchi, yewo Iriase FM. Ena yewo Royal FM. Oko Jape Chrome, yewo Nidaswo FM. Ewo ho enso. call the northern region Tamale ABC radio and I call Salagan so I can FM omunyina fa yenjumedie live amanene so stations ahodo and FIA. Before we get into the Supreme Court issues, COVID-19 in seminal as a and sink it down well. Enra Dr. Patrick Kumar Boaje or a Ghana Health Service Director General or a press conference, meet the press, Information Ministry. Now, this is a story curled from the press conference by My Joy Online. Or say the Director General of the Ghana Health Service has called on residents in and around the Greater Accra region to adhere to the COVID-19 protocols. Greater Accra region. Dr. Patrick Kumar Boaje caution is aimed at reducing the number of COVID-19 cases as the region is recording a lot of cases. Quote or say, we have not reached last July's peak, but currently we are still having a steep rise, so we need to work really hard to bring that down. In a press briefing to address the COVID-19 surge, he made an alarming declaration that on January 21st and 22nd alone, and 26th, in the bare 4-5 days ago, January 21st and 22nd alone, the number of confirmed new cases from 17 districts and 8 regions were 646. 2 days. 646. Now, Osha 17 districts now. District in your cases by Kole Klote and Ayawaso. Kole Klote. Kole Klote, so I say, when I know here. Adabraka, ko usuni ade Kole Klote. Amanfo atete wo hopoto enti Kole Klote and Ayawaso. Any district in Greater Accra or record cases and he makes the point, said Greater Accra is still concentrated with COVID-19 in the Accra Metro and its environment, whereas the district far away from Accra remain relatively low. Dr. Justice Youngson, a lawyer, a medical doctor, or a general secretary, Ghana Medical Association. Doc, akwa ba Ekosiisen in apom to saying.
Many will be in Yamiadom Mehoye.
The new data banu eni enyan kakra. GMA akole se ankebeya eyie ne parties ahodo ne saa nneoma no. Yenhwe na ankomampanyi ma yenyai. Sanete.
No cry. Yeah, na ya call for some measures, no. Then our kind no. They cannot trace figures in the bano. And ye nyai kakra. Na enye numbers ne keke puna high. Now we say senior ye treatment centers, no. They are struggling at this moment. High. And numbers may continue clearly. Our health system will not be able to support numbers now, and that will create a lot of problems for us as a people. The deaths and all that will begin to surge. They say, the year who cry say, Nipana or mobile clinic hospitals, say, COVID no. When we are any more than we are presenting with severe critical illness, and in their numbers, they don't pen will be cry. Ubinimunya, Senka, Umbenya inpatient care. So Amunya access in the cry, and now say, it is not timely. And the delay feeling in our high gain, and it's a big problem that is confronting all of us. Now, the share data no, and they on my penny cry speech of the last time, including that of the Ghana Health Service and the Ministry of Information. The social activities here are major vehicles for transmitting the disease, leading to the rise in the cases we are seeing. But yet there is so said with immediate effect, we should be able to ban or put major restrictions on all these kinds of activities. Not just the restrictions, but here enforce the ankasa. Restrictions one, but the enforcement number, like I said, 1 year, so that we can take advantage of that and see how we break the chain of transmission.
And in Mumu estimation, social activities would include a year funerals. And then amount for parties or muye
parties.
Sorry,
kahon, weddings, engagement, all those activities of the like. So sometimes gatherings may be a club name your man as I say, you guys are the money.
And now where your friend is saying schools now you be in
schools, this particular release the Yankan schools at them. But about 10 days ago, release now we made some pronouncements on the school to the effect to say yes, schools they be there, but and yes, be keke. As I said, managers of the school and they abide, they teachers will making sure say protocols now they are to acquire mono. You be super pepe. Now the other thing is say as I say, your strategies are ebema yenya the oboni beka say early detection of cases. Na to me apeke obia say maybe any be eyaba ne ho ana won ho school bi mu. Na to me isolate sa nipa no ya testing na ye treating no. Anya sa na say ye delay in our ability to detect cases sa. Eni be ba ye ho no. Na school ba kon say ya no e di school ni nyina ama omo so di bi abefie. That was then. But today, we did not make a statement yesterday because we know, say, the evolution of it, the first incubation period, and now what you may describe as a latent phase of the disease, which will take a couple of days to weeks for it to really manifest. In the Abbas school, for your school, bears 1 week, week here, a woman. And need 1 to come or 2 weeks to come, a very crucial period. And the doctor for me now all over the country information to Monshe senior school Kwalani Adiano COVID terminal a baby any and otherwise areas of practice operation, the organizations where they work in and give us feedback. Once we get that necessary feedback, if we think we need to make any bigger call than what we made so far, we won't hesitate here.
Wow. Already there are discussions around say be partial lockdown. Be say metie Dr. Kuma Buajia, even in Greater Accra, no there were areas be an district be a virus near concentrated party or mention clole clotty or mention ayawaso any other. Would you support a partial lockdown in these specific areas?
Well, okay, last statement now. 2 years before and that there was about 10 days ago. The Kasasemi won't say these areas can be described as a hotspot. It is our hotspot, we need to take proactive measures. And usually what that will mean is that you cordon off those hotspots, you go in, you do mass testing, and pick out all the cases in there, isolate them, and get the community more or less free of the huge numbers of disease now air transmission. So any such activity, we think is in line with medical practice under public health considerations. And our public health measurement, it is something that we will always support, and we call that the hotspot be treated as such.
Oh, okay. And it's say yenya sa partial lockdown from the president enya wonwa.
Enya wonwa in a sense that or no president nankara so edia to just say he will not hesitate to put any of the measures in place, inclusive of lockdown. And in dealing with these hotspots, the strategy is that you need to close them down, go in and be able to pay. If you open them up and you go in, people will filter out of it. I hope you hear what I mean.
Yeah.
And he went to me and closing it down. Now one working within the hotspot to pick up the cases. They will keep spreading it. And if this measure should come, for us, it will not be something which is strange at all, because it is part of how to deal with hotspots.
Wow. Now, see, and the funny say Bassa president ever ban funerals and it's mana. What form they was say it take knowing say Bebrina might have planned on way year any a day weekend they would die enemy the ebe near day yente numbers ne so say be nipa 50 nipa 100 and I say yen twemu kra and say ye twemu nso a the risks ne bia ka say for now no baby I'll be could be an risk no ewo into who ko jom or kwa sorry or ha risk no what we can do is to limit and as reduce our risk as much as possible and say ye bani ye that's still a man for fat trotro still in kofu ko jomo what would we have done okay no
okay minya ma main can be kakana may answer our question directly when we call for the FM but we also said and the like. So it wasn't an exhaustive list. Market, you can hunt them. Transport, we are expecting measures now you take here last year when COVID was high. Some of these measures we should be able to go to them. So our core covers areas like transport, market, and all that. It got to a point we said market, OSHA assembly need to cry. Red for not green for they had people who were enforcing some of the rules. Meaning our bias, yes, assemblies, some of them really did well. We are expecting that something of that nature could happen. A back cars, vehicle, trot for near idea. OSHA, the NF factory, Asempa 2, and now 1. Taxi, would be more, actually no more than 1 near idea. All those things are part of the measure. But the woman say, honestly, straight to your question, the best would have been say a complete ban on these funerals and gatherings. Now, kano. A son say, "Unya for katena on the 2,500." Now, they say so. The biggest problem for me, wamoko na say wamushe mask ni adie wo gate na no. Ema ye e admit wamoko e bia bebi omo ya adie na. Omunya kodu ho na se sebio eba se ye no monsa kakra ye ndidi kakra ne ade ne bempe na obi ye ni ma na ada ne kasa obi e hu na danfo bia Asempa FM okomuno I say na protection ne wo ho ba okodu inside no protection na se esa say we ni mask no odidi no no monsa na onu obi ni mo kasa ne ade. So what we are trying to prevent, in the process we haven't prevented it. And see, a complete ban on these activities in the short term, we think it will be the best. But if in the president's own wisdom of a set or limiting numbers, we should limit the numbers to very, very low figures that can really be enforced. But let's to us alone here, most of the things, if we ban them, it will be better for us.
Wow. Let's see the next presidential address and a directive side. Beba, Yadasi would continue monitoring the situation. Bibiania, best answer for no wedding comobio. Why?
Obi, yes, Yadasi. But ye casual, my main bogana phone in our cocoa say. Yes, sir, Obia old ye can say, or yen tina supem. And yet, be a ya doctor for na ye pese, ye titi obi anabibi. Ya no a real. A dear who share I for no brow more bread, yeah, health professionals now bra bread trying to manage the situation. In the process, no you yeah, not here. You move be a woo near dear, and ye be a da form. Ya any walk into be a night dream more food say ya any new who are unbelief in the external. Only side being free. Don't take you on one personal safety into his hands and now on or your bar into her hand. Now you making sure say na ya boy who buy. And then the boy must be sent a year can a here. And some now you see a who with the insurance and none a here, sanitize and here. And if it's a car distancing a here, you making sure say a baby science some way.
Doc, mo call for a ban on social activity nationwide on.
Yes. Because you see, I don't know. They say, yeah, no. Over here, the last time on my Benica say, now we had about 3 regions. Because being here.
Yeah.
They say, Atiako baby, Eti no so ka say bi amanya won kan yenye okumase a ye the body ni fi akokumase a the same processes na ye the quarter crade are the same processes meanwhile no ye no so we reading bia eti ye bane bia na ye bane outside nationwide.
Cecilia will be sending me a link to a story. Say some recovered victims of COVID-19 having erectile dysfunction (GMA). Makasa.
Minim senior ebia story no mokano, but my main mukaka. COVID na ye kan ho asem na ebia obinim so say ya go bi na ye di no. Winya COVID ni say na ye show na wo ho to na ye yu kofia ye kan recovery ne the charges no. The ye hu ni say ya sa na wie no obinim so wo ha wo mo ebenya residual health problem.
Asempa FM.
Say no and also how margin and na ye ya to the post COVID syndrome. The woman say yare no that never no be a so say nka wo lung to pen attack. But say no and this a multi-organ disease affect your kidney, organ be our body anymore, or heart, or brain, or skin, or blood system, BBI affected. And see, any ball, now you treat you you know, the ABR will brain affected. They say when you're neurological deficit. And this other problem at the whole time. And this our deficit, you know, the ABR Obama na affect here in a way when a problem. The kidney na echo affect here. ABR COVID pneumono, you do to dialysis so. And you manage save kidney na COVID na no. We see acute kidney injury na after dialysis no. ABR won't call dialysis studio. We see anya you may continue on dialysis because you have kidney problem and when you say ABI more dialysis. ABI na akoma yari ni COVID na attack wakoma. You treat two COVID na yen wakoma na attack yen. When you heart conditioner, we are now going to deal with that problem too. And now ABI say will lungs na attack here. It can lead to a loss or a collapse of part of your lungs. It becomes fibrosed. Into lung capacity near there no a reduce it. If the baby are there no who many are there no periodically na problems to occur. If you have chronic respiratory problems so and the COVID no and yet be at that form and the effect after when you are here no class or they say no you start to hear battles are issues in the show. And he said, Obiko Kai retard dysfunction. ABI was one of the examples now, not all. But the truth is that neurological deficits and all kinds of deficits are happening now.
That's a way a bear man winya bia likely say Ariane Becono, wo hunti mean sorry bio.
And yeah, we and I make say, organs now or body.
Yes.
It's me affected baby.
Wow.
It depends on baby a bit affecting it. The ekoka Obama as an organ functional. Now there's a problem with her. Ekoka wakoma, not just obenya koma problem. Obedience the kidney, not just obenya kidney problem. Obedience the brain when you neurological function. Panacho obedience when you stroke be.
Yeah.
Ne senior own to me you see the functions ni be no. Aha, eti ebia ne dia de beba. Eti bia wo dia koya Obama. Obedience bet na koya na koma. Obishu the other idea miensa na kuma ni kidney ni bema
on Asempa FM.
Confusion, loss of memory, all kinds of things are happening.
Wow. Doc, the best na answer no to paint the picture well on births na you see I am ma any adeno. Numbers no et saying how serious is our situation no?
That situation is there many are very serious. If you bet no, the first is the high dependency unit. ICU near Diana. One more critically ill.
Asempa FM.
A hono as or mine ye ni bebre cry. The what than cry na enson answer COVID ever. COVID bay na yachim. Na ye dear fire COVID. Na ye dear paso aye nan COVID ya na wo hoda no. Ebia, he said the dialysis COVID for no dialysis a wokole go dia achemu mienu and machines no yama COVID for no have and almost a warm kidney problem that any COVID no almost cry have into a matter say pressure abaso into a bra here be no now why a mother that into what won't to mean because will be or all the better no
yeah
and say a batter
Ekosiisen On Asempa
FM. Delays now because we trying no now so call this in here way into we do no like I say acquire too late. It is some are not even getting access at all. Some are also getting access but not on timely basis as we would have wanted to be. Then human personnel now or woman is a specialized unit in the sono. A hospital you need bedre. Into a capacity nankasa no for critical severe cases in the and no they say a cry. COVID number is say there you want training. And now about other cases in this one. Numbers equal an echo. We share 700 a day almost yet to say yen. They can't say a move even have 350 cars to hospital. The whole of Ghana is and need the new infectious disease center in a very much. Still have Obrimunyampa. And the situation, no, I very that because the designated centers, no, Nina as we speak, they are full. And there are people who are home, they are not getting inpatient care, even though they need that inpatient care.
Doc, my nurse in the infancy.
Yes,
that's a fine. Dr. Justice Youngson, medical doctor, lawyer, General Secretary, Ghana Medical Association, and Motene Kano. Mamema lawyer Sami Jemfi Akwaba, watana se ewo studio ha dada. Sami Akwaba na pom te saying.
Yeah, minya. Onyame adom ahoden wo.
Ufri court na ebe.
Oh, there be se court to the point a check akra.
Usi utine so enye izo.
Musician.
Ejina so kama pa.
Musician. What the na je oni bia na musician. Na bibi aboko de.
Nyame adom ya ehu wa ha na che.
Yeah. Penifo so food also we ni nyina. Well, we have not just a baby boy. Yeah, but I'm
wow. Great. And lawyer Sami Jemfi and Martin and Canon and lawyer Nana Boachen so Ebetina say, but we say, Obi, this new dimension of COVID-19 is worrying. Our strength now is to be serious with the protocol directives and pray to our maker for peace, restoration and redemption. Say Andy in Asada FM. Takwa say, Obi, COVID is real. I have been through it and currently recuperating. It is very serious. I believe if we are doing mass testing, we would have shocking numbers. We need to take drastic measures to halt it. I've gone through, and my last 3 weeks have been tough. Charles, and anyway, Abba Charles, thank you, and we wish you well. Yes, friend, I Mr. Ordinance. Ebeka BBA to me Akoye. Alhaji Hamza says, Obi, please, will you be specific about the areas that are affected the most when it comes to COVID? You made mention of Ayawaso, but we have Central Ayawaso, that is around Newtown, Cycle, Pig Farm, Alaju, and others. We also have West Wugon areas, that is Jowolo, and we also have Nima, Mamobi, and 441 areas that fall under North Ayawaso. So the question is, which particular Ayawaso are we talking about? I'm curious because I'm from Central Ayawaso, and to be specific, Pig Farm. Alhaji Hamza would get that info for you from Enra reporter, my Joe Online, FI, and I just say they mentioned Ayawaso, and attributing that to Dr. Kuma Abuaji. Yebenya specifics no ede amamonemo ho bebia. Yewo CCA. Ekosiisen so ni. Same mamemra na fe yemfa yenkomo no enhwehwe so. And menim se wutimi kokopie mu court anopay. Obviously the Supreme Court was with more approach. Because of interlocutory applications and I'm filing in Tino. Nanka more share court ne beka wie. Ansa na orders are court in the mamu mwedi so. I didn't know fast approach because obviously the court was not happy.
Obi medas. I mention a TFU nyina ne wono or paying social media. No crese court no any anye our decision to defer the filing of Yadan Sekrata, the Inferno witness statement, pending review application a year before the court. A court and they say Mubidis Asemno Yawoda. But then also normal. Normal because any practitioner of the law names say my lawyer for officers of the courts, yane a judge for and a ye emrejume, senebeya peripereo, and ya tentrene beyejuma, the friend of the administration of justice. And in using the procedures of courts and the rules, the laws in that process, debia the judges express their disappointment or their unhappiness with ABA strategy be and approach be and action be lawyers for one party or the other ebitiki in court. It is nothing extraordinary. Is it that? Because there was here they said the law is in the bosom of the judge, and inti as a lawyer, ube to me based on what you think is in the interest of your client and the case you are pursuing. No, ube to me decide say per my understanding of the law, a yes say may a deal way or quite way so. But at the end of the day, judge bit me akazo. Me no one drink. I mean, and yeah, let's bear in mind that Asem we man so nan kazakra ni mfiti ase. Yamaso we a normal case management. And yes a year election petition a public interest wo ye higher. And normally case management in Pony a judge office in chambers. Yeah. So Sanyama we dear Ekosiise On normal say judge because adena I was think how far I deal with this time. One file adena what you could do say you see normal. Oh dear you mu be di hu yaw. One wa onyame adom omunim sanyama we no mote ase. Nanso amanyo semti omu tu futurugu Ghana fweni. No more creating impression be say oh we are there so bia e bin sida John Mahama na lawyer for ni serious omu ni case omu pese omu twentwe omu na asia no mu delay the trial na de keka ho omu na ye di omu ho yawo because afọ no nya no kwafo they said they no many would go one make actual it is either they have deliberately decided to be mischievous say they be twa nkontumpo. Now, even before the hearing begins, yet the John Mahama and a lawyer home fee. And I say, Ebi our molo no musuya no school no refi. And here I'm referring to people like lawyer Francis Davies,
Frank Davies,
Kojo Ponkroma, and other spokespersons of the second respondent. Deliberately, you see, say, or my bopo say, ye the assembly, no, ye beka ne bua, and sakra na court naka. Ye beka bua in the media. You already know more determined as justices of the Supreme Court. I don't know who made them that. Say your case in a frivolous, vexatious, making all these prejudicial comments. Lawyers who have been trained and who know how to comment on matters as sub judice, making such definitive, conclusive statements on Asempa that court to any more court to cry nyanye MBA. Now more yeswa, or more the mrana to chain, now more candy any minua obi. Me bana mitie akable ne and education amoye is so informative. And Mr. and some trophy nyina no. Omo be ye ne sa na aboa magana fo ate ase. Then you be drew her. Ya file a petition. Easy for the Omanu Yaba. Omanpenyaku for the Nanu Yaba. You quite pre-trial. Pre-trial, not just say during case management. Quite ben, there was a court first with DSM. I dance for the door saying a petition. I will be free. First respondent, second respondent. I dance for the door saying. And Meredo was saying that we here. Say what the bema or mama maka say. Okay, wow, say adanse for no be come so me use was here to one cross examination emre do send ye de be case ni ye be conducting the same court no ni a lawyer for nyina na kobem krum no ma yes anhye. Now during that process no na ekoso here in the Supreme Court no emrano Supreme Court rules CI 16 emma ho kwan se insembisa bi wo ho na wo pese efa ba ko bi eyi ano na etimi aboa ma asem a ye twe ho manso no kyes asem na be ye ketwa na yetimi atwe manso no ntentem a emra na ma ho kwan se utimi bisa sansem no eno ne yaka na brofo kakraka ye se interrogatories questions who bisa the other party afa issues in contention na yes or no questions so ho nti di obeji atumu se yes no na je se ye na kra ntwe ho manso biem nya fe ne yekotwe ho achinye yekodi ho achinye tintin bia na delay court process no because waji atumu dada it is not in dispute, it is not in contention. The obeji ka se we dia menyi ntum no na je se was say ye den ye twe ho manso eno enema in 2012 ye election petition case Omampenya Kufuado filed such questions. Said Dr. Farijan Meyiano. Dr. Farijan wan popu niti kura. Because now onim say onye boni bia waye na dwuma kama. A wo pese court no ene Ghana fo nyina ehu no kre. Ti ebisa nsem na no ana omuyiyi ano. Obi ani wa oka say Omampenya Kufuado pese o delay case no. Inti na wa file questions. Obi gaza. Even the court granted the application to serve interrogatories on Dr. Farijan, the EC. And then that court, yes, and that court, no.
But at the time, the counter argument has been, sir, the election petition in 2012 was novel. Now you be as a country that the Supreme Court, as the apex court, was really, for the want of a better expression, was not fully prepared for Bibisa. But this time, there is CI 99, a regulated process.
Please.
Courts, like I said, they are working within
the election
within
petition
a
of
tight
2012
schedule.
was determined on the basis of CI 16.
Yes,
and in some cases CI 47. Are you getting me? In fact, the issue of interrogatories is provided for in CI 47. That is the High Court rules.
Yes,
because Constitution say Supreme Court will do assem. Na issue be back up. Na Supreme Court nankasa rules. And provided for seminar
they can rely on
apply because when the court is sitting, they have all the powers of all courts in Ghana. So the can was quite a high court rules.
Yes.
In the 2012 case, are you telling me that na judge for this was the first election petition, so they didn't know the law?
No,
the application for interrogatories was based on CI 47, specifically Order 22.
Yes,
and the court granted it in the interest of justice, and I believe. With the hope say ebeboa and narrow the issues in contention and fast track the trial.
One may say a key ingredient, the issue of relevance.
No, yes, of course.
Relevance.
Yes, of course.
In 2012, the court said it was relevant.
Yes, of course.
This time I say it is not relevant.
Before we go into the petition in detail. So you file it just like Omampenya Kufuado did in 2012 election petition. Court my ho kwan na insembisa edumie EC4 enyano. Obi insembisa no so nya nsem dindin bia o. Simple questions. Basic questions are. Obi biara wonye bone na just say umpo we public officer, EC chairperson. Now we duty under Article 23 to the public to do your work with transparency, integrity, honesty in the account. Na so be a crown for one court. Or yan some true need to say Philip Osebunsu. No about office baby sounds our questions now. You should with joy answer those questions because a boa magana for who dear course. So questions in the saying Mamiji Mensa. O say o day to 2020 presidential election results need to jano. O yen fonso. Ye pesi ebisa o sem fonso no da ben na hu say why yen fonso. When did you realize that you have made a mistake? Are you getting me? Simple question way. Oh, a 10th, a 11th. Jimensa said, Netikwa Pai, only easy for ye answer. Oman Penyoku for the lawyer for say, Yam Penemane answer. Yam Peneso said it was easy for answer. My own arguments. Yes, we are arguments. Says answer me, ebe wama no kre wa asem ni mu no abana tentre ni aye adwuma. Ebe sans wa boama asem ne ka no aye ntentem. Utatie enu anom MPP for mu say oh na questions you kra no mo de ha ma me na ye den ma me no betena witness box no mu na mo toto na no a mo betimi abisa no during cross examination. Adena in 2012 na MPP for nim said during cross examination mo betimi bisa sa interrogatories ni nyina from Afarijan. No many answers, yet they filed interrogatories. I don't know, man trained till cross examination. Because someone said, yeah, you bet to me, I settle on the CCA, you know. Yeah, settle, and say you train cross examination, yeah. Say. So that assembly bet me a contempt. And they said, you'll be wababe bomb, bossian 200 Ghana cedis. Now, wash me boss will be 1 month time. 1 month ab, aso, wait to be. But, untuyebi. Me de wako call to say me Jimisika. Now wako call to say okay. Me interrogatories me bisa question say. Usika na me be J 200 no. Me tuemu 100 Ghana cedis ana me tuemu. Say na be ya say would you tuemu say me tuemu 100 Ghana cedis a. 100 na aka na de be twe ho manso. 100 ne de it is no longer in dispute. What you say my de me tuya. Obisi o me misa me sa question twen me ba daka ni mu a na 200 Ghana cedis ni na ya twe ho manso. Are you not the one who is rather prolonging the matter when we can use case management? This new law CI99 provided 5 days for it. CI99 doesn't say had amendment to the Supreme Court rules, you know. Doesn't say the election petition you cannot file interrogatories. It doesn't say the question my party be a train cross examination. And some will be questions.
But nobody has said that. Has anybody said that?
But the suggestion they are making is that the rules have changed. In fact, that is one of our problems with the ruling of the court. So the reason why I answer these questions and I say CI99 aba or CM 42 days spending castle into Merino. They said year 2012 near 1 million. But in the second schedule of CI99, Emma 5 days for pre-trial. 5 days. At the time, sa ruling by other parties hear the same arguments. They are exhausted. So, the can say sa process no kra na be boama assembly can ayeden a content because in sembiso mo begia tumu no ye ni ho achinye biem ye start assembly can ankasa. Na just said your mo nyin tumu no ya twe ho man so Asempa FM and a court anye ye de nantum because emra no say the medical kan na wo court no kuku.
Yes.
Na court no say yani easy for ne Omampenye Kufuado mo ya adwen ye free say emre nye den eni ho enunti
ye free say questions na relevant.
No obi ma menka bi intro. You see, read the ruling. When at the early part of the ruling they make reference to relevance like you said, but they didn't go further beyond that to explain the relevance of the issues or the questions. Then they came to the issue of whether or not they can apply the precedent of Moasetin in 2012, where they applied Order 22 of CI 47 and allowed Omampenye Kufuado to ask the EC at the time certain questions through interrogatories. They intimi apply that precedence in this case because they say CI 99 aba why mreno kakrebi. They say amendments running man who can say utimi follow. So yeah, utimi amendments put to your case. So your mama that was the ruling. And on a see and
for the benefit of a TF4 you know, this is the ruling. Into first paragraph in here, second paragraph. No. Interrogatories under common law is discretionary. Granted or refused when all the circumstances are taken into consideration. It should be noted that the questions seek to elicit answers to the issues raised by and the reliefs sought in the petition. Interrogatories must be relevant to the issues and relate to the matters in controversy between the parties. In this case, the petitioner and the first respondent. the court is of the opinion that the crucial issue of relevancy has not been established in this application. Reference was made to the 2013 election petition titled Nana Dankwa blah blah blah, in which an application to serve interrogatories was granted by this court. However, subsequent to 2013, several statutory amendments have been made by CI 99 of 2016, which has restricted the practice and procedure of this court as regards election petition. Indeed, Rule 69C4 of the Supreme Court amended rules, CI 99, directs the expeditious disposal of the petition and set timelines for this court to dispose of the petition. It implies that even amendment ought not to be sought and granted as well as joinder of parties. Subsequent statutory amendments pointed out after 2013 have provided us with new procedural regime and strict timelines. We are strictly bound to comply with CI 99, and therefore we will not apply Order 22 of CI 47 of 2004 in this circumstance. We accordingly refuse to grant the application, and same is accordingly dismissed. In the first part, the crucial issue of relevancy has not been established in this application, and a second part, the issue of expedition and strict timelines.
I tell you, this was your ruling.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
First, and say you're not sure. Say we've not been satisfied. Say questions. FM. Omanpenyi mahama lawyer for pese. Jimensa ni easy for year no.
Ehun say then here.
Ehun here in the determination of this matter. And on nanchen. Ura mahama ne lawyers for akase. Te said in 2012. Court ima omanpenyi kufuado kwan. Manitimi bisa. Easy for insembisa ti say no. Almost yema omo kwan sa. No match mu say eno no ye ntumi mfa enye adwuma in this case because emra foforo bi aba atemra ye wo se ye didi sa asem we so eno nti no ensa mra ne kra ne ma ho kwan kra mbu say wo file your case before this court in an election petition now utimi kra be sachrem so ye ntumi apply the same mra ya apply ma o mampenye kufuwa do 2012 that eno na macheche mu ntwi. And I make sure that this ruling, and I say, yes, some when ye free say need diemuno. The justices of the Supreme Court erred. And until Mrana say Supreme Court the decision banner obonyo soa.
What to make for review?
And your friend review say need diemu court no and sounds untiasem ni biem. Because court no I am from Swabia. Ama intentia ayede abani friend miscarriage of justice na court no ensesa na adwen ye da the right for a party dissatisfied with the decision of the Supreme Court to apply for review no and constitutionally guaranteed.
Yes.
And Supreme Court respect it.
Yes.
Enti adenti and a Supreme Court are making decision on this issue of interrogatories. Now you say ye Supreme Court on adwen. Now, there's this grounds for the review of that decision.
Yes.
Relevance issue. No where your application, statement of case on application for review. Now, you actually why the issues are relevant. Because you can't tell me, say, Jimensa say why a declaration, why a mistake. Now, why a corrections. Now, that day who say why a mistake, you know, any material is not relevant. It's very relevant. Because we are talking about a declaration made on a certain date. Is subsequent enactment into law made on a certain date. Are you getting me? And is gazetting, which was also done on a certain date. Into when she saw that mistake, so why a mistake? Any steps are important in our view. The court took another view. Yeah, call for review. Yeah, exercising a right given to us by the Constitution. So no lawyer with his or her thoughts will say by doing that, say you don't have a case. Or by applying for review, just say you want to delay a process. I mean, what kind of illiterate view is that?
But the court held the opinion and they say, even while you filed the stay of proceedings,
no, me stay. Me will review application. Where you review application. Don't go ahead of yourself. This is the review application. Then no file review application. Every student of civil procedure himself. If the review application or filing in an ongoing matter, or if court now in the final decision and I could review, you don't need any stay. And not any stay of proceedings, it be a base stay of execution. Because one person order no you be enforce. But the court only make a decision on an interlocutory matter. Not just say assembly you go count. Now application be na ba court no decided in a particular way I won't pay. And there was assembly the facts that we file review no nchire say.
Yenya
assembly can yen so. That is why the last time I share justice say what file stay off. What file review.
It doesn't operate
as a stay. It will stay a file for stay. So you file for stay. I had no say stay of proceedings say. Review application your lordships most of bet na so. Ya woda near hwe some best some adwen and de maka ne wa na mo ye de mo begina. Ebenada so mo say yamra court na hearing na ye me starting di. Ni die mu ya adwen mu no. If you say ye twentwen so. Na ya woda ye bedi asem ni wie e na mienu pe ansa na ya stati aboyonkru ebeba mu ebeboa ma tentre ne aye adwuma because they say o say ya dance ya yewo ye mfam record nsembisa ye bisa isia ye twen so mo dia no ye beba no ebeboa yen wo ya dance krata ye de record no mu nsembi kura wo hwa bia ye ndi akire biem ebi wa ye be di akire ye be hu ba bia wo say ye de attention ko ene de keka ho enu nti se court nya ni sa asem ni nwie ye na wo say yemfa ya dance krata mra entimi ma ye case ni nwie peye so once say court say sa review application me di no ya woda no ene ye sere court e ya de sere de stay of proceedings no is at the discretion of the court say ene ye court no ntwentwen asem ni die no so kopin so obedi asem we ansa ne asate aboyonkru ti ya file stay that is not a disobedience of the court order in our view no near free say once you file the stay you recognize that there is an order for you to do something but in your application for stay you are pleading with the court say even though you have told me to do this kindly hold on so that I do not undermine the review application before you are
but ona we lawyer ni same and court no take the view say the two are not mutually exclusive that yes my file stay but court no orders no should be followed. Say stay hearing no and as a review application ekoye mamoa. Mo betimi a file additional info
bi am. Court na kasa eno na ye there. Because you see obi ask any lawyer. No lawyer will appeal a decision of the court or apply for review of a decision of the court. File stay of proceedings in relation to that matter. And even before the stay of proceedings, not the substantive application, the stay of proceedings is heard. Go ahead to file fresh applications.
In this case,
in any case, your witness, it means Adena was a court on on why that. So then the stay becomes moot. One case was no lawyer will do that. But I will court. Now court on say, "Oh dear file, makase file ye no mame." Media send me na e come ana ankwa amount. Na wo pese wadanse krata na wo de aba no wo di bi beka ho na wo yi bi free mu a
eno ye wa wo de a
court na kasa na it is on record
eno na mo pe you needed that as
it is not for me to say na me pe but make us it is on record because you know what whether or not the court will allow you in the future to amend your witness statement it's not cast in stone. It is still at the discretion of the court.
Asempa FM.
Who make me file a witness statement is here I could review away. What's me person me amend my witness statement. Court no because it is too late at this stage to amend your witness statement. Especially now where the court has even taken a view in this ruling on 19 January
19th
on the issue of interrogatories. No. Even the new rule CI 99 doesn't allow for amendments. So who nyani da so be say me file me witness statement na that me amend na who need any guarantee or assurance from the court to say you will be allowed that we a lawyer it's not safe to take that gamble.
It doesn't allow for amendment of your original petition.
That is our view. But we read the judgment and we read and this is they said it doesn't allow for amendments. They didn't even qualify it. And that's one of our disagreements with them in that ruling. Something must say because here the kinds is here now. What they said in that ruling on interrogatories, they said even the new rules doesn't allow for amendments. They didn't say amendments of your petition to add additional grounds or amendments of your answer as a respondent, as we hold
on Asempa
as a opinion. Almost doesn't even allow for amendments, and so when they allow for amendments, they are being magnanimous. Are you getting what I'm trying to tell you? So. And there, your lawyer for court, your lordships, witness statement, file it. Not because say you perceive a book court and him, but because say, ya sem ne dam animu a mo se mo be kan ya woda no. Ye free say, mo kan wi a, ensem bi be free mo aba, e be ba your witness statement ni mu na ma witness statement na di mu, na etimi aboa ma mo so mo di asem ni yi ama tentre ne no kra ye den, adadi. Enu nti ni atwentwen so. Na your filing stay of proceedings, recognizing said there is an order for us to obey, but because of sa semia pending tino yenye we. What should court no ubu? Court is still me no nyadwen. It was sent still file. You see your lordships yate. Yan filing that be was it by Ochna. Ya wada ye ba. Any just say ya wada kra na ye be kono. Ebia na your lordships aka say ye be di kan di review application no. Ewie ebia. And sakra na hearing the idea started. Let's just say, ye den atu ye. It way your normal processes of law or normal legal procedures are in case management. Lawyers know say that. It doesn't mean so will be me case. It doesn't mean say will be delay case. It doesn't mean that cry.
Asempa FM.
And untino yen chire musa will be say oh now I can blame resist that issue. Not from him, but some of the justices raised that issue. And lawyer Tony later trim. It by me explaining because now more my stay of proceedings. Yet my file other processes. So my file other processes. So then you're showing double standards. In one breath, and also court and entry assembly my order court the amount say your witness statement. And the one was the one your court and entry. But what file at the forefront. And a lawyer Tony later trim. Said the only process I have filing in relation to review no, because the stay of proceedings in a stay of proceedings pending the determination of the review. So to me enye bibia in the case I was see stay no, I just a review no. Are you getting me? So review no, and a court to say file arguments with statement of case. The entire opus yes adrian of fabra and ye diako. And yes answer ako bi say additional legal ground be why your person is answer the court and say you matter ubetumi aye obi sort ma say. So we were not exhibiting double standards at all. So what your person ye nuanom MPP for tiase and say especially kojo upon kromamo ne Frank Davis mo ne Nanabi mo ne say mo nya judge for mo nye Supreme Court for unless you people are suggesting say you are in the hands of the justices, the respected justices of the Supreme Court into munim or mood decisions. So stop prejudicing a matter which is sub judice by making reckless statements like Obi ni case, Obi ni way. Where you judge? Okay. Yeah, can say, and I hope say you been your time and then you do come about the petition. But let me just put it in summary. Say, ya tuaba. Abobo abano emra ne ma ho kwan se abano to no ne abane bobo no ufi se amfa mra kwan so na intenchia bi ananwiamu bi akoso a utimi court adwea ye NDC for na gina ya yisi ye no se 1992 constitution emra no de kafa omampenya abato won Ghana no isi fo ani so because na was omampenya kufu ado nya emma no papa na ewo mu na ye friend of valid votes no the total valid votes na mu more than 50%. But yet tie one kasa wanu mu asem Bible say wanu mu asem ye de bebu awofo ana ye de bebu awobem na ye hwe nsem a wo kan wo declaration ni wo na che say owura Akufo-Addo we nya more than 50% no wo declaration nyina so che say enimu kra won kuntam ene we say valid votes on 13 million.
So I mean those are details in the petition. Let me finish on end there no, and then I come into the petition proper. For 30 seconds.
And there was the total valid votes no. 13,434,574 on 9th December. Then on 10th December, no waba. Total valid votes 13,119,460. Then you do court to say be you one. Now the figure for Fraba paragraph 24 of your answer was the figure near 13,121,111. Your call website near where summary result sheets are also the declaration near another figure. These are important matters which borders on the 1992 Constitution. It borders on the credibility of the 2020 presidential election results declared by Jean Mensa. Obi biara opeso hu sa abato ni mu nukre so ye NDC ni so ye MPP ni so ye CPP ni so ye den e wo se ye nyina no ye nya asem we mu interest ni ye boa makot ni di asem na mu nukre ba. Let them stop this mischief, peddling falsehood and making prejudicial statements, some of which are very reckless and insulting, referring to NDC lawyers as intransigent and all that.
Sorry, I'll come back to you.
How can Frank Davis even create the impression say he understands legal strategy than lawyer Chatu Chikata? Are they PS?
Sami Maminase, Ekosiisen On Asempa 94.7 FM. Member lawyer Henry Nana Boacheho na mebusane why they believe on their part say the petitioners no are just and lawyer Frank Davis Yusu he said they are engaged in theatricals, not just a court when I say drama bina or more area or court when omo nsheda in the case, and that's why omo employ delay tactics. Enti lawyer Henry Nana Boache akwaba na apom te saying
Obi bijusu mini anampa jonso ho ye
nyame adom ye ho ye papa
mame emma sami jamfi official pa na nche
Ekosiisen On Asempa
court chance ya nzo se na hu jeni ana me say Frank Davis statement na wo quote mame emma the full quote.
Okay.
Or say we are all legal practitioners. The Supreme Court is a very busy place. The Supreme Court is not a forum for organized, rehearsed, and choreographed theatricals or melodrama. It's a place for real, hard, and serious legal work. It is not a place for flurry of literature, long prose, and dull English devoid of any legal merit. I want to advise my colleagues on the other side that if it is not broken, don't try to fix it. We are ready for them on Thursday. Thank you.
Lawyer Frank Davis.
Exactly. My senior. Now, and then you see court no na areho. Na obi mamindi kan kase
Asempa FM.
Kamia koye say lawyers for the petitioners, they are not prepared for this case. Into courtroom hona no mudu muti pim edan. They are fishing for evidence in the courtroom.
Really?
Yes. Unim. Yato abewi. Yato abewi a CI 99 yama 21 days ubitimi akọ court. What the wasem akọ court 30th December 2020. What the court no. Sabre na no eni nenu eni nansampo ene beto dwa se o petition a do court Supreme Court enim no emfomso ewo mbebre.
Asempa
Lawyers for the petitioners etwen ya enedu achi sana omo chode akwa to Supreme Court enim se omaye mfomso bi no mpese omo sakyerem nanu wa yekohia ya wada da ye free asem na
Ekosiisen On Asempa
motion aminu na da court enim baako na application for the live telecast we are aware then also CI 99 and court no e wo tumi say mo hwe the public interest hwɛ sɛ ne ma mu ni nyinaa akoma edi akyiri na ombetimi de omo pɛ akase yenye live telecast no nti no sa application de na mut ese na hu hia sɛ wo sɛ court ni di sa bre na no a omo de sa motion ni beto court anim so omo pɛ sɛ omo sere kwan na mfumso bi omo ye no nkoma kosa kyerɛ mu no na nkomo opportunity ni sɛ nkom betimi de omo interrogatories na kan no more opportunity ni say request to admit facts no na committee media kan obi a opese enema ko because e wasam ni edi ema na more opportunity ni say bi mu even sa akwanya omo so mo pɛ to inspect certain documents ewo easy na kache no committee media kan there be enye ne sa ebra court say ye no and to bon say fiada and they crowd the massacre class because of how our Supreme Court tesi afa case intino registry Supreme Court Saturday Sunday umubie yan file ne Saturday yan file ne Sunday obi Monday enwumre na yedi ko boom na ebra na ye ko yawada no so no na court ahye se nyame ya adom na se yeba Tuesday na ne friend of pre-trial na say case management
yes
yeah they say that Tuesday na the Tuesday na buy na application for interrogatories in so sadam into court tnaso ena na ade ba ko esa ye me ya dade ebra ye free case na ankasa no na Ira chachuchi kata no ni court dem ho. Na to later any court dem ho. Yebusa esi edu nketia.
Asempa FM.
Say na o lawyers for one here. You see afi na omo file processes be at the registry. Na me say na esi dey junior lawyers sami jemfi no mo ho. Tamakru no mo ho.
I'm not sure that was what they said.
Oh. There be no traffic or can registry. Say na mo.
Or Tuesday
when
the case was first.
Yeah, no nya ni ho. Na nya traffic ne. Na me say junior lawyer sami jemfi ho. Eduji tamaklu ho. Mu legal team equal led by Malibano mo ho. Esi dey na lawyer panimu na. Onu no di asem no. Or registry. You see a certain bad impression say I say you are not ready for even your own case. Yempim koso. Ana upijai because me ni nkomodi ni nyana is centered on the interrogatories intina me dis ankomo you. O share argument. You are chachuchikata. Me were 12 sets of interrogatories money in our hand. In fact, or justify every single interrogatory I war on my plea or justify on the argument to Jan and Naso Kasaya. Bibi to say NC for Boa Moana when Ebra Edikaya regional coalition center Abemuana Ebiem Quine Ben and Mofa so more a transmitted a result from the constituency to the region to national. And some other issues. So we 12 ni nana. No kasemuni. Argument easy lawyer e kan say. We enye and someone obi anim. Some of the answers are even found in the petition itself. Number 1. Number 2. Answers ni bi so esa wo yen ye answer ye de ye de abanim. And a second respondent in so ni answer wo de abanu so bisa wo. Na jumadi se mane koswa. It will amount to fishing.
A fishing expedition.
Yes, in the law court. Then secondly, a besa ye say opese ubie abonten pono and actually hope baby. You want to come through the back door and introduce new sets of facts.
Any original
any petition. It no court no mbungu. And no sa can't sing because me bana a beam na same so come was. Indeed, Nanado Danko Kufuado and 2 others versus John Dramani Mahama. Make key reference to this and also no Nanamo the interrogatories be by Yejitumu. Then Justin Amanuvo raised an important issue. Say a distinguishable precedents.
How?
Yes, and a court ruling in the tribunal. Say the relevance of questions in Busan because a discretionary court ne pa no de ma court ne hwe okay kan yeme sie ni o se ade ye beboa we emmoa we etisen the court no bie ne mani nyina ni wa hwe ne mani nyina mu na court no enye se obi kura dissent you
7-0
it was unanimous.
By any unanimous decisions from the court in Ghana, right? Sometimes they depart from unanimous decisions.
Ansana bibi be sachapa. Na compelling evidence bi. Na assembly na ewo honom ebra no mudi asem but na it was not discovered at the time. Emudu eno na to form ma form pai. Eti eno no ba be ka na judges from Penifua ka say we dey say gi ho ya. We dey as a mood power as a so much. In this case, McKincaid or more application for review. What kind
of arguments?
What kind of argument?
What kind of supplementary ones?
Yes, yes. Me anything extraordinary from the court. I me who be who be and nothing make us say wow about court. We a press conference. Sami Jemfi yebi, General Mosquito yebi, Otukuno yebi. Then His Excellency the former president, John Dramani Mahama Society yebi wo ni fie so mukuta omu pink sheet. No ma kekeni nyina asiani. Omu kekani nyina asiani no. Former president we win one touch. One touch we win. No mu court. Now you are not even challenging any of the elections conducted in the 38,622 polling stations. Not even one.
But they've been clear about that. Say, on the petition, about the working.
Until
about the constitution.
And no me cassette. On petition, me petition. Unfortunately, Samini ni dia than kamani be a page be mame. Nan kamini yakwe. Oh, so copy any opanka copy. Oh, if Davis attached Nina. Oh, that be something. It wouldn't be. Oh, call on petition.
Yes.
Or more exhibit B. Where your letter, Johnson, is here doing Ketia Troy. Or see in Ashanti region, you had 300,000 votes to be a kahon at the Mananado. Obi, this claim
Asempa
is totally missing in the 35 paragraph petition of the NDC. This claim. Just a year at once, omo petition. Secondly, almost say Eastern region. A year coalition with figures now Eastern region, a be crying. Now figures no cost ro ame di biaka na nado danko Akufo-Addo de ho. Again, this claim completely missing, totally abandoned in their 35 paragraph petition. Omon sa mo ho wakra o. Omon ka ho asem kra. Etunim, any power who can say wo nyina so, wo do pinshit na keka asiani. Na wo wini no. In your petition, untimen can say, okay, 35,632.
Ekosiisen On Asempa.
Pinshit ni asiani no. Na nado danko Akufo-Addo. Easy Emma 6 million, no senke man 5 million according to your pinshit. Debut. Also, untimen can say, oh, mukeke asiani no. Former President Mahama, enya 4 million, man was senka easy man 5 million. Ewo, mumu pinshit na muso keke asiani no. There's nothing like that in their petition. Nothing. Now, ne omo ya na nanka minu epeso yi. Isi se wafun. Waba aba be correct samfum so no. O se enyan sunsanso bia waba to no so. Omo se da bi wafum o wumfum ye de gina fum na mu. Akwa na ye de be calculation. a form now so from the infam no correction now so I know. Yet found a fire engine. And what make us say it appears on one casa community evidence bia. It to courtroom home muti elbow pimpim dying apart dance here. Because yes, sir, is it then you catch us say what the kind estate say or witness is here 5. For witness statement, ebra. O see I just say review application bia e da court anim no. I just say court ebua e ho asem awie. Na e ho sunsanso ni bi no.
Ekosiisen
On Asempa FM. Ebetimi a kire say obetro witness statement ni sei.
And that's how
obetro ni sei.
Which is legal, say unlawful.
Ti wonim.
And almost strategy.
Say o file supplementary witness statement.
Yes.
And no so the become you are not altering. So no was here in 99
yeah.
You are not altering the grounds.
The grounds of the petition.
Yes, because CI99 it talks about altering, adding the grounds of your petition. And it's in the justice appeal. At the PIM, a year irrelevant. Yes. Council Asema who can be a trichumaso. Quarter ma orders. Why would you demo at the whoop a boom ranoso? A boom orders no so. What do you pay? When Chile would your business say, San said now over file stay of proceedings. Court in Yenti was seven. We were filing Tino. One file court orders no need kind. Submissions are also ubian
legal agreement preliminary
objections no na ne toso biemu no witness statement what dance die krata wo be kuchire gu krata so wakwa akusai ne a lawyer for friend affidavit no wo di attach wo de ko wo di kan abose enipa num na abefre obi we ngai asembe.
Now, say you don't determine their strategy as long as the strategy is lawful.
No, how is this lawful?
How is it lawful?
Court, and then court the court, they were not happy with them. That you cannot disrespect our directives and then come before us again. So, ATO.
ATO was a man.
ATO here. And the court no NTO masem court say mon file at the end about china.
Yes.
Yes. Mon file by china. Senka court no senka dey lawful. Any idea and care prepare and court and Casem Munya because in the court no they were magnanimous. And I think I like their posture. Because and I will share Emrano Obi CI Osher CI 69 4B. The court may that is rule 69 4B. The court may dismiss the petition where the petitioners fails to file the processes regarding the petition within the specified time, or hear and determine the petition where the respondent fail to file their answers or the processes regarding their answer within specified time. Ka court betimi agina
failure to
exactly
necessary
because it is firmly written in the law that the court may dismiss the petition where the petitioner fails to file the processes regarding the petition within the specified time.
Banana say we a lawyer na o court I call with a strategy. So when him say ma file an application for interrogatories, which interrogatories would inform one my witness statement, even the number of witnesses I'm afraid. Forget about the fact that make us a friend per 5, it can change. NASA interrogatories no initially about to ego me opportunity to file a review. NASA review no yen can you na me go ahead ko file a witness statement na some me na me dem ho kwa say jamu
obi asma me ke won temase if we strategy no etiam rana me senke ne ho chachu yeso agidi pa ton liter yeso agidi pe nka me na me president mama nka me sakiom
Adentia.
Omu gu mani mase.
E wo kwan ben so.
Mama enta me kato no ye be frɛ case na muni court. The first time. And Debbie nanu file. I say that excuse is untenable.
Traffic.
A lawyer for bebre wo a lawyer for bebre wo NDC mu. Oti ase. Na yanum krampa yem bedi asem no. Me free fie. Baby ameti no minim say traffic nti. Me free fie ntempa. Because me say court ahye 9:30. Na no munwie no nyina mu ni ho. Yebusa yes mo file bibo registry. And then so young coco and kwa na asem na sai eye asefem say wo hwe eye nkrata nyina from the petitioners are. Eye raton litana na sa sha say. And then court eye rachachu ni ho. O si chachu amount mi nkasa.
Chachu na lead counsel.
Ebinti come up be unka hu bi. Oni ho you take over. Mumi no na mudi asem no. That is why one of the justices of the Supreme Court can say nkrata ekuta nyina aye few chambers neba ni nyina few chambers neba it is the ultimate case say chachu ni ho na anya ade abetimi edi asem nti na make say regardless their pedigree say no mesi edim re ya che o mani munyam o manya o mugu mani mase say ne coaches kra ye pam bi obi atimi gidin pa coach kra ne apam no ananya zanete me say nka me ye former president Muhammad Naya enimguase omudi gumi ya anka mese sound seriously anka mese sound.
But finally no Sami made a point say
finally me nyen wiem
no meba say you more time meba.
Oh there say mama say me ba
don't worry meba the amibu san say he made a point just say who file a witness statement no said the court or die na ebia later omoba be tie review application no that's a review ni koye mawa. You filing or supplementary info to back a witness statement, no, and also you at the discretion of the court. So, court, the guys have me ma okwanya over there.
Oh, you see, then what chance na do have you kasa? Because no, and according to justice, what's him running my coins?
So, and then a waka.
No, what's him running my coins? I just appeal. Some running my coins. It's very okay. Why do you say to you? Look at the strategy. Why do you say we defy court? Your strategy is that I will defy the court. And what kind of strategy is this? And then I hear my brother say it's normal. Because this is a clear defiance. This is a clear because you yet to court them parties involved obiano ednin krataba. Obiad in krataba. Electoral Commission also in their petition my intention to raise a preliminary legal objection. The argument regarding that Oma filing witness statement. Yen yes the same. Ye bibia. No mun kwa de musu de bi mun nya na mu de mo ni da eye review no so no court ma ni nwumadie no onka se ontio o so obeti but obeti na otwe ya wura mu yi. Ti onye se court kranka se ontie review no. Se wutie last Thursday. Exactly. Almost Thursday. Omaka. It is then a would do Pekasa would ye, who be book court and tia. And then all the justices of the Supreme Court, they were furious. They were not happy. You could free on body language. So how can you say what book court and tia? Court amount or they say they say or see there be no one quack before you busa was a strategy. Or strategy is book court and tia. I mean, I'm surprised. What kind of strategy is that? What kind of strategy is that? So their strategies will be defy court. And you know, and you later. Now, I didn't make us a Supreme Court or my magnanimous. How can a senior lawyer who application at that court in him or say, and yeah, it appears say. Court no a predetermined assembly dada. Or sorry draw sir.
Yeah, always draw, yeah.
But it was an unfortunate statement. Say unless my lords will want to indicate to me that the application before them is already predetermined. Come on. You don't say that. You don't. Yes, sir.
Why?
How can you say do you don't say the panel predetermined and the application go to the day? Wouldn't some penny if what they had already predetermined the application, then why don't you even put before them the application in the first place?
Yeah, but me say me train am a here application every and send them a file me witness statement. Most mama order say me file it even before the review is heard, the main file it. And no can say unless say be my application na me dey ban.
How can you even say that? Is it or retracted?
Why the insistence
to contemptuous statement? But is it or retracted?
Yeah, or retracted patch.
Oh, but I'm just me dey can say the posturing. Now no besha. Na opening ayi so
you have your time.
No so court. Ototone sa na okeka no bom na say he was
na sa court na etwen na.
Oh, when I'm me can some the posturing. The NDC legal team no. Oh, na ototone sa na so obese na no bi na say otete ne ho kire mpanifo wo hwe direction ototone sa. No me hwe no at the point na me hwe no pa. Eh ya na papa I don't know esa. Oso ye pa bra pani nya ye fero pa. Enya no ko. Hwe. Dr. Bassett Bamba. Now no fidie baako so. Em say ha. Haya na joy. What say or share the composition of the panel now. A unfair, na skewed.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Oh, so me can't the reason why I say me say can be a former president Mahama Abiyan Kamesachra.
Yeah, banana after the mama enough time for one see
yes. It will have posturing now. I see then I would make us say is skewed, they unfair. Unfair so be my. And yet no corner NDC for I believe say Amalibana Yomu Liga
for the party.
Yes. Na Maliban so could sit here and the same thing. You see, and Camille Koya say name miensa. NDC for no omunti min so moniema. And almost so mukeshiri de enye. And they are preparing the minds. What attack, subtle attacks be omode Emma and the swipes be no shades be omu throw at a year the Supreme Court now. Umu say omu prepare omu call for adwen towards imminent defeat. And untinu yanke kansem ya yanka say oh court to crown pepe yo any attenten ya nanke ekohwehwe no. It appears that they are sacrificing justice on the altar of expedition. Pepe yo no as our judges for no esisi ni trust sans almost more pentam dodo e dia ya de nti yen conscientize your supporters no nti di nkugu na ye di nkugu na hye judges for no na ndia asem ni omo ye bias omo ye skewed e do ma hyase e tutu sa ne mani atum but me de se obibia no e hwe asem bi no obibia hu se ye free case a openi chachu any court why late or so traffic mu or so ye registry or filing in yama obia hu bi ehun the disposition the posturing ye gestures are NDC for ye obia any etia enti nye MPP a lawyer for na eka Ghana for do no say na nipa wa wo de wasema kwakọ to court anka wo patent ne ye no ene ye kamia kwesa asa kwakọ na beso dwane firi ho.
Nana, Mamina, message about who Ekosiisen Suni, lawyer Henry Nana Boache and Amotin in Kano, spokesperson for the second respondents. Also, and lawyer Sami Jemfi Ewaha, spokesperson for the petitioner. And in Pennsylvania, no AD and Como. Sami would have his turn, but Melcom supermarket is now bigger and better. And you just walk into any Melcom supermarket to have access to a wide range of product, over 1,000 of them under one roof. Melcom, your one-stop supermarket for your daily needs. Terms and conditions apply. Melcom is where Ghana shops. There is good news from Ningo Pram District Assembly. Now, NSA, Ebia won't say, but rent to own is now in Ghana. Rent to own is now in Ghana. The planned city extension project, rent to own land and house ownership scheme, no, and it's being powered by the Ningo Pram District Assembly and its partners, supported by the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development and the UN Habitat. In the Please Be Smart, where you live matter, where you trade matter. In the apply now, own a home and or a fully serviced commercial land or space now. And when you rent, Nankakra aba ye. Wait a minute. Don't forget to join our affiliate housing cooperatives now. Special offers will last up to the 31st of March 2021. So, open take advantage. Away kokot rent a wadan ya wansasia ya service that kama. O rent o share by renting na later baby. They find rent to own land and a house ownership scheme. Ningo pram says unim hwa e ho fe papa sase no e da form kama dan ye sisi ne kama na ababe ye wo dia frɛ won sisia 0557 054 635 0557 054 635. Your website a newaccra.city. Planned city extension project shaping Ghana's urban future. Sami Bebeman Sanano, if you are tired of giving your cars out to the wrong drivers who later give you losses instead of making commercial profits from the cars, then you have an opportunity. What car, but car no the my driver for so munchi no me sales emfa ema. But they be a sales remember be na wa boka bebreze me pacho. So opese wunya mfaso na wunya value of your vehicle weekly and monthly. Worry no more. Go Ahead Transport Enterprise. Also, Ekokudijuma company need Go Ahead Transport Enterprise. They manage vehicles for individual car owners or companies who want to make weekly or monthly profit from wherever you are. It is our car. O the car no amount no more manage car no the amount. Na omono aye sales no the amount come and you are guaranteed. So no kabia enye na driver be seal and I made the koto fuel me the go kwaye ha na sika no so also the 20 Ghana na bebrewa na or the 10 Ghana na 5 Ghana no the air but we no guaranteed every week every month ye the usika air bro ye the car na ye adwuma on your behalf near the usika abrel in the omoye work and pay for commercial cars almost higher work and pay for ride is it hailing into Uber and a Bolt and no the car no be a year. Omoye airport chauffeur, omoye door-to-door delivery of cars from port, omoye almost signs of vacancy for experienced drivers. Anyway, pacho ye wo Ofankor barrier, Asofan new station near Jojo Water and as a Kenke house. Fre 0244 911 939 0244 911 939. Only any encomo. Lawyer Sami Jemfi, ma minti what your colleague on the other side na be. And he still insists, Asemunye ready for this trial. Now, time wasting antics now na more display.
Say I ready. Say you're ready for this trial. A court nature and na be. So, and CBU a lawyer for omudi sa semwe nim aye commerce on all sides. Omunye a lawyer for kitwa.
Ekosiise On
young
Asempa
ones.
FM.
Say ye comment on omajuma yemu a ye hu sa se bi obebi omo madu ni nru ho enye se bia ye wo opportunity to sit on radio ntino na ye run people we know they are far ahead of us and we don't even have the competence
Asempa
and what it takes to question their strategy or their approach when it comes to practice. So and when do be able to make NDC for when you're ready. I mean, this is just case management. So nananom pese ye twema nso a omon twen hearing nangaza eba. We die nkru na ye ba bebo no ho nhyehyeye anamanso na ye betwe ho nhyehyeye na ye keke. Ye nya masem no kra so. There are some of the issues that nana emmejo on me semre bibro because I know why he's doing that. On say unia sembia kan trivial issues there was a ubuna ninchi manekono and no be your substantive matter na zenya sa na be 10 minutes on issue adan chachujikata elite. Now is this a substantive issue that should even occupy the attention of any lawyer or person commenting on this matter or justice to the
Asempa
issue
FM.
when he knows said this is normal in court ye juniors no you could do the brief for our seniors in court now you free case I told you now senior no waba or another court in the same building if your friends no new the junior one who is being led by the senior, the junior one will rise and say, my lord, my senior has stepped out, he's in your brother's court here near there, so would like to crave the indulgence of the court to stand this matter down for maybe 5 minutes. Court and so then I'll take another matter. Isida. There is Tony later and baby as a mean to me because I just a church. Is it an old report to court on someone? Yeah, be fair to the facts. One kasa any junior lawyer will be leading it as a lead counsel in your na judge for ban so on kasa. He will make a case, he say, in can the mu ayen senior nemra. But when the judges can agree, they can also insist that go ahead, you can do it. When they insisted, Tony later did what he was supposed to do. And when they started asking him questions, he rose to his feet and answered all the questions. And a court rise here to go and take a decision. In fact, it was when they rose and a chachuchi katabai. So Tony Yanga say,
Ekosiisen On
Asempa. So Nana Biwa can help at all. Is it Nana? Communicating on political issues are different from communicating on legal issues. It must say a report on the course of court there. And ye factual. So hunem wana o moment mi anhwe ana o mundi ko o mate ase. Because they can hear to ne later ka so no de ontumi nkasa agese chachu ho o kasa wen. Ya menya sa. Ebiem o say strategy ni say we are defying the court. They have defied the court. Hey, na yaka so be a defy court. Enye asemtra sa o. It's a very serious issue. So medical chim say so, Justice Apple, when he was making the point, that we made an order, say file BB at a certain point in time, Ben Amofa. Okay, said Tony later refer me to date the order was made and when that process was filed. Justice Apple, AD1 KBB. The justices, yes, express concern, say, it's a file witness statement, one file. But we explanation Tony later the Mae, Chachuchi Katabe can't be too sooner. Me show so who say, oh yes, the order no man is so dear, but enya o madwene so gugu maybe omu legal reasoning and now omu legal reasons inti omu di take his decision no and they are wrong in our view, but we don't think that it was done to spite the bench. That is why they have given us one more day to file. Court to be any nim say deliberately we define na obema on one more day to go. Sanctions will apply and now cost to put yebeboka. So we buildings are. So over even how magnanimous the court was in their decision, Ira Chachukata sorry da or moase, Esansu Chumzo, my lord, we didn't in Tebu. Now reason they say a file stay of proceedings. That is the court now cry to say when you defiance of the court. Look, to file stay of proceedings in lieu of an application you have filed before the court on Okrano in itself respects the fact that there is an order or there are certain things you need to do, but you think that the court should hold on with those things. That is what. So one file is stay of proceedings, and I was saying my application of review before you, and ultimately filing me witness statement, even though you have ordered me to do so, and not the AKA defiance. But once you file the stay says that court, you have shown respect, and we defy the court. Nana B so as a lawyer, he knows. Say this is trite. Is it da when lawyers have substantive matters before the court or an application before the court and the stay of proceedings in lieu of that matter, they normally don't do anything ebe undermine your Mwankasomu case. Okay, Kennedy Japan case no. Okay, is the lawyer ne afenyo market. Nasia de one kokaseti a judge bi no menim pe ne de oka no show ne menim say we near the akire. Don't you remember that there was one occasion where they went to court and the judge wanted lawyers for Kennedy Japan to do something, to move on and do something in open court, and afenyo back Moka said no, or ma file a process in the higher court into Omonye. Somebody then can look at it and say you are defying the court. No. But on who free says, I am undermining the case I have
Asempa FM.
Before another higher court. Normal practices. Into no honey and side issue ni bisi. Omo po omo kadi omo be kenyina. The bottom line is that and find only how you run down lawyer Chachuchi Kata. And ye wafeno no. And ye nyina ya feno no. And even your senior lawyers on your side, I was respecting for him. And I found one the Obeka court no in de echen yenina. Almost say NDC John Mama Yama one more do you file it. You ever file so. To the Muke Yinano. We it has nothing to do with
witness statement.
Yes, it has nothing to do with the substantive matter.
All the 5. Yeah,
no, you can't 5. I know they are trained a lawyer for no file. I will be. Then he makes a point. Say, the law not allow you to file your witness statement and amend later. And I will be who be send a question. Obi what be you say na to amend later no say a court on the be ma kwan.
Yes.
And na bibia so nhye court no say was all ma kwan. Say wadanse na wo de wadanse krata no be system na fa bi ka ho. Bibia nhye no opa no de be ma opa on fa ma. O wetumi aka say ababi asem ye dru die. Are you too late? And I still made the be ma. But without
supplementary.
Yeah, to file even to file supplementary, no, it's still at the discretion of the court.
That's true. That's true.
It's supplementary. In fact, to file supplementary, you need the permission of the court, and then you have to leave
of the court.
That is why I have filed a statement of case in respect of the application for review. They say you have additional legal ground to add. You go for leave because you can't file the additional. I just walk for leave, and they can refuse it. They can refuse to give you leave.
Ekosiisen On Asempa.
Satam ni enim se omo be ma ye kwan no mo ma ye kwa be nei. Said ye na nyempo a se bibi papa afiri mu aba. Judge for na ma ye hu se oh ye be ma mo kwan. And it has been captured on record. It must a you case. Okay, first day na asem we eba out for trial. Lawyer for petitioner. I mean, I respect him so much, Lawyer Kutampa. Admire him so much.
Second respondent.
Yes, second respondent. Oh, sorry, say amendments na you know. Your lawyer for now so muye week and I just say ni eboa president of the bench kase masa. Enya wo na oba be conduct you case aye amano. Tinana bi enya wo na oba be conduct Chachuchi Kata case amano. What did I mention na say? Ye hia wo mo a unim say wan kasa waka lawyer for kuku dan wo ye party mu. Nana bi inti mesrew ho de men kokora wo ye nim de ye. Ha. Now Obi waka relevance
Yes.
And the reason why court no apply the same reasoning na umujina so the ma mampenye kufu ado kwan mani bisa EC4 questions in the 2012 case. Yeah, ka say ne court no nya adwen. Yeah, yes, 3 solid arguments. I mean grounds. Yeah, the ba akokra so akwa ho. You say the kan rule 99 na CI 99 na abano. It allows for interrogatories because it allows 5 days for pre-trial, and it doesn't repeal or exclude the right of parties to file interrogatories in any part. Until their interpretation of CI 99, and you're correct in our view. And that's how 42 days in the crime. Doctor, are you in a trim? Said the law doesn't say what the petition court now, election petition, I should be determined in 42 days. It should be determined within 42 working days of the court. It's not the same as within 42 days. And that is why in the second schedule of CI 99, we have periods from January to March. From January to March, about 90 days. So, 42 days in the amount for the 42 days until was a judge for the count. That is not what the law says. The entire duration, over 3 months. That's about 90 days. But in 90 days, in a court, so 42 working days of the court, and the matter is expected to be dealt with. And also, ya can say, even the law, that's Rule 69 C4. Court original so can say the new CI 99 doesn't allow for amendments because they quoted it wrongly. Yeah, quote to the right rule in our statement of case. You show that fundamental error of law, how it has occasioned miscarriage of justice to the petitioner, in our opinion. No court no yawoda omubedi. Say komayu and kwamayu, our lawyers know what to do and they will do that. Now, Obi, it is about the petition before the court. Now, MP before you see, petition na yedi akoko. Nanya no ho asem no muka ho. Omo ankasa state your questions no mo answer no mo de dada ni pe tu futuru go mani ma mani ase ene na bi betena he we twa nkontompo bebre
so de you know some mo win election
no say ya ka say Johnson na say din ketia tre letter bi koma
on Ashanti region
chairperson na letter ne ya appendix exhibit B na nanya za na gan to a petition na letter ni mu ne ya ka say Ashanti region kwa no MP ye we are 300,000 bi am MPP obi mpacho so kansa me pacho ni letter ni eni exhibit BBM Johnson say din ketia nkasa wo letter BM I am challenging that anything upon me. Say Ashanti region you are 300,000 votes be in that letter or say exhibit B. I have referred to it here in Eastern region your kind we say resource are agent sign ye no ye the bar strong home we wakra. It is true. Easy for Ankasa Jiatu. But all the I explain say some ye can ye mu akoso ne de keka ho no. Any ye position say we won this election based on our coalition. And you know the work court.
I didn't man fair no uncle court.
And you wanna bet there was here the court. When you have different courses of action, you decide what to pursue at what time. Obi, look, you can't put something on nothing and expect it to stand. If the declaration of the 2020 presidential election results is unconstitutional, like we believe it is, then it means it is null and void.
And therefore, the declaration is null and void.
Yes, it means it never happened. And therefore, issues of overvoting don't even arise. Are you getting what I'm trying? Because if the declaration of the results is unconstitutional, then what results now challenges overvoting?
Asempa FM.
Oh, yeah, you getting me? Legally, it will not even make sense. The reason why in 2012 the MPP went into issues of irregularities, infractions, some of which were very frivolous, in my opinion, and in the opinion of the court, which were dismissed unanimously, like duplicate serial number. No,
5-4.
No, duplicate serial number, unanimous.
Indeed, the specific
9 justices. Almost ya benim ya twachene. Almost ya muncha millions of Ghanaians vote because polling station codes be a duplicate. Court na way and twasumu atwato 9-0. Almost say presiding officers be unsigned pin sheets into muncha millions of votes mu na munyo mampenye kufuado mampenye. Almost we so ntwasumu eni nyina so womrem na ye twachene. That was their choice, because in that petition they were not even challenging the constitutionality of the declaration of Afarijan.
The validity of the vote in some.
No, they were looking at the regularity.
Irregularities. No.
So irregularities of votes cast. That is their choice. We are saying that even before we look at the regularity of vote cast and all those issues, there must be a legally valid declaration. When the declaration is not legally valid, if it is unconstitutional and therefore null and void ab initio, why do you go even into details to go and talk about overvoting and all that? It means the right declaration must be done. And when the right declaration is done, that is when those issues of the validity or the regularity of votes cast or the conduct of the election arises.
And mono,
you get
the
what I'm
right
saying?
declaration
So,
will mean say I was see a call run. I was see a call run.
Of course, based on the figures are Jimen Sankasa di tuja in her declaration. Obi, mamene say.
That's on the 9th of December.
Yes, on the 9th of December. There were 275 constituencies in Ghana. There were results from 274. Osini padodoa omotoaba abani dimu womrem total valid votes. 13,434,574. Ose Omampenye Kufuado out of this 6,730,413. What's the same? 51.595%. Your cost is saying your boy with and 51.595%.
And we're based on 9
declaration. That is the only declaration which has been made.
Which declaration has been corrected?
And which that is the only declaration. That's the only declaration. Obi uti me. Then, my men no ankasa results new. Obubo mampenyi Mahama de kekameba ho. Owie ye no say. Techiman South nyama ye de, but ye de madodo e what Techiman South, nipa dodo e what Techiman South a mutimi to abanyina. Ye de ni nyina akra ma de watoso mienu na still o mampenyi Kufuado. Candidate Kufuado be di nkunibo be nya more than 50%. That was her declaration. We declare we on the 9th. Were enacting into law Declaration of President Elect Instrument CI 135.
That's the Gazette, no?
No, not Gazette. You enact it into law.
Okay.
That is CI 135.
Okay.
And you gazette the CI.
Mm-hmm.
What Gazette is CI? Na baba beyembra. Obi, are you listening to me?
Yes, me too.
Then, what's the was answer? Oh, my young fonso. And my papa na me say Ghana for 2 years on 7th December. No, na 13,434,574. Man on the form here. I just so trade you.
Yeah.
And what paper so mo ye proofreading ni bibia o. Also man on the form here. Na figure na me pesa make no. 13,119,460.
Which is the valid vote count.
What the answer na me ba no ha. Or say when you based on this results, no the Techiman South can one still on Mampenyi Ekufuado Rene. Yeah, they can one Mampenyi Ekufuado Rene. Meaning says that declaration na and don't know why enact no in accordance with the constitution into law CI 135. Now what gazette no per no admission and papa.
But the Gazette was done on the 10th.
It means that declaration, no, but the publication of the Gazette is on the 10th.
Yes.
But the Gazette notification says that given under my hand this 9th day of the December 2020, meaning it was the 9th December declaration she gazetted, the only declaration she has made. That is those are the express words of the Gazette notification.
Yes.
Say a resource are bobo on the 9th what declare. Which resource or no ankasa agiatum? Which resource as the year Juma o Mampenye Kufuado and Rene election? No? Which resource as the year Juma Mampenye Kufuado enya more than 50% of the total valid votes? And it is NDC Jaima de we car. Ghana yam yakabi maminka bi yes no because to me yama ana ye yamra kunyini ne ka say was a candidate bi nya madodo wo so nyansa wa ye Mampenye no. In
the Momo argument, the 9th December declaration, no, which you believe led to the CI 135,
which was what was enacted
into law.
CI 135
and
gazetted, no.
You believe, sir, it did not take into consideration the corrections that were made on the 10th.
No, it's not about that. We are saying it is unconstitutional because per that declaration, CI and Gazette, no, Omampenye Kufuado enya more than 50%. Of the total valid votes.
How?
Because and then in the petition, I hear all the mathematics.
So at the time, 13 million.
That was the declaration. That's
but it was corrected on the 10th.
Corrected.
Hold on. Are you certain, sir? The Gazette did not take into consideration.
And the fee is not being a judge. He's not prejudicing.
Of course.
Prejudicing doesn't matter. He's only explaining the case of the petitioner.
Yes.
Now. Also, I'm correcting. The figure by.
EC at the 10th December statement.
Yes. What is the figure in 13,119,460?
Yes.
That statement, number one, is not a declaration.
That's true.
That statement, number two, was not signed by the returning officer, Mrs. Jean Adukwe Mensah, or no constitution, they say ultimate more presidential results.
Yes.
So whether it was from her or not, guesswork. Nensan Shasia.
By free electoral commission.
But Nensan Shasia. Isi penny be as on Sanya day and Shasia. Okay. What the young for winning a crantonche? Na yen too. Figure near 13,119,460. Ubi me boy. And John Mama say, okay, my son, the one my court. Because so-called correction I was a way, maybe agents one free. Political party be an presidential candidate be anyone and the agent can't be.
Okay.
Now say you know number banosu soon figure. Your number nusu na Ti say your number nusu why a coalition from constituency region national. NPP for one sign B. Yes, we are sign B. But when your results and ranity you can declare. No way declare. Now what's the correction? Say you nan yekoye. Unkwa utimi ko share them koye. Krata wo dia ba no nsan hyase. Figure no kwan fa so nya obi anim. Wo say mo huru manim kosoro nti no. Munyintum. No problem. Kwansima asemi ko do court. Na you say be share the real results na. He say figure be na ma me ne dia ba. Is it the same 13,119,460 na? Philippo Sebonsu. What you to one waka chere Ghana for say easy for correct it. This is the correct figure. E you no maka chere court na. No. I don't know what say obi who say easy way they have something to hide. At paragraph 24 of their answer to John Mohammed's petition, they have introduced a new figure. which is 13,121,111. Into Yatuaba on the 9th. Was a total valid votes, which is important because the constitution makes the total valid votes the denominator. And on a ube jinaswa who say we are more
than 50%.
Correct, Obi. Was a 13,434,574. Adia Chenya, or the unsigned press release aba. Obi ansan shase. Candidate agent bianca hon, or the abase. Figure no one on a form here. Now opesa o kanankasa no. 13,119,460. Kwansima na yasamini ko do quarter na fe odi figure for fraba 13,121,111. Obi, is Ghana a banana republic? Is that how elections are conducted in democracies? Where in the world will this be accepted? Same people for you did you more come bejetum ababa ni ato ne Ghana ha definitely yenim the results in specific terms, as in total valid votes and the votes obtained by each candidate. Ababen. Ya to abewie. Wa enacting into law. Wa bobowie. Wa gazette. Yet you keep on changing the results like oba time be sisa ne ba kraketo abedi 3 months pampers. Do you even respect your constitutional responsibilities? Because you see, you are the EC chairperson and the returning officer. You have the constitutional responsibility to declare results. But that declaration, you must do it in accordance with law. And so say, ubu responsibility. So now NDC for assembly Ghana bro because of Chinebino. Any EC chairperson can do as he or she pleases. Ghana for Akotwaba, I express a certain verdict. Then somebody will come and declare results, show us the figures are and never see a way or channel see a way. Even this third figure, our modia show mokrata mu court on Obi. And one me true challenge be Mr. Justice in yes way. Now so near you my money because I finished that and check. Look, when you go on the EC's website, all the 275 summary result sheets are there. Obi, you know that. You've seen them. I have downloaded it. I can share them with you. My justice in your Excel spreadsheet. Not total valid votes now 275 sheets in this one. And see the figure you will get. You will see that figure is different from the one they declared on the 9th. It is different from the one she published in the unsigned press release of 10th December. And it is different from the new figure she has now introduced at paragraph 24 of the EC's answer. Election backwarding. And the reason why figures figures exercise is because of corona in our view. Accountant and
yeah, you made that point. I mean, you have the same time. You have the same time. But let me ask this question now. So wrap it up, Mami. And the question will be, sir, fundamentally, what's the Mami who say, mo challenge on the constitutionality of the declaration. If, in your view, the declaration is unconstitutional and should be declared null and void, based on results, Ben, I'm calling for a run. Because the results you claim say are illegal, are unconstitutional.
You see, the court has
so based on which
result? The court has certain inherent matter, powers over matters pending before it. It is possible, like the court did in 2012, say, based on the fact that EC for my conflicting figures, if the EC is not able to convince the court to say figures your Modiako court the correct one, the court itself can order an inquiry. Okay? Like Omoma KPMG yes. To ascertain the true results. And if the true results are ascertained based on my mini figures or the Abano, we believe that there will be a runoff. Hence that. But
in that case, then it should be a fresh election because then it will affect all the other presidential candidates.
Fortunately, we are not justices of the Supreme Court. They will determine that. Because you see, I'm restraining myself from pronouncing judgment. But I'm telling you what our case is. Obi biara openo kre sebi. Na oye otsen semi aye kan asem se. Me pese meka so ye badwema. Enim se de ye kan abawom. Se yakoto aba. Constitution is there. Yebeka se wadi nkunim no. E wo so onya ma papa no mu oha mu chichemu aduonu more than 50% of the total valid votes. EC chairperson abebo aba no. O mampanyi akufuado. Enya yet yese wa wene. percentages or the buy input ukikabum krebro 100% only in Ghana and a easy as it is our record no mutiminya 100.4% in figures here or the bar say you total valid votes you was son on prince and yet okomo website is why you get another figure Ghana ni be no person be hu sa asem we mu no kre and that is why we must all support this petition because this petition is on our behalf as Ghanaians and the rule says is only the candidates in the election who can go. John Mahama is doing this to protect your vote, to ensure that your vote will count, so that the true verdict of the people.
Sammy, how would my vote count if the polling station I voted in?
Asempa FM.
There is no question about the validity of the result at that polling station. The argument now, a declaration electoral commission boss.
Because
hold on, let me finish. Declaration electoral commission boss on the 9th. Which really does not invalidate my vote at that polling station. Why should my vote
we are not
count?
saying any vote should be invalidated or cancelled.
So what should happen?
You see, in the 2012 election petition case, that petition, in my opinion, was about the selfish parochial interest of a presidential candidate who wanted to be present at all costs, candidate Ekufo-Addo, who went to court and said, Ghana for ma. Millions of them because of duplicate serial numbers, presiding officer and sign, duplicate police station codes. Now you declare so your man penny.
Irregularities. You have not seen any irregularities.
Is your official be born in TNP? Your mama dear say no. Me ma yen twa Ghana ni bia bam. Their vote must count. And until don't cancel anyone's vote.
Yes.
Name be atoto no polling stations 38,000 and over no. See ye kikabum. Ye collation, constituency, region, national. The real figures after the coalition is what is supposed to be declared. And when the real figures are declared, now obia enya more than 50% of the total valid votes are yenya runoff.
Yeah, that's true. Sana constitution.
And I'll say, ye baby, una was say why you coalition na working kind. Ye grumble, ye what issues about coalition na ye ba say tie ye no. One tie because you have letter no your petition come out reception when tie what declare wa ba wie o si nipa dodo eto abani 13,434,574 o si o mampenye Akufo-Addo nya 6,700 and something thousand
FM
o si Akatachi man south ye de sa mani nyina ka John Mahama wo kro mampenye Akufo-Addo be we ne ye se nsem a wo kan ye no wa wonu mu asem o ene edi wa asem ya carry ya wisa woboa ye bu nkunta ne sa obampenye Akufo-Addo nya 50 more than 50%. When ye serious issue I was a court to him obi say oh omo ye mistake na say wo ye mistake enu mpo na e wo say ya wo de sa asem we akọ court na wo be kirem the genuineness of the so-called mistake you claim to have made and justify the so-called corrections you did ananya sa. Now, simple questions are you are running helter-skelter and you are being protected from answering them. Obi, the issue is simple. The constitution of this country is supreme. Without that, we don't have a democracy. So if John Mahama has gone to court and he is not seeking to annul the votes of Ghanaians like candidate Ekufo-Addo sought to do in the 2012 election petition case, but he is seeking, say court, EC chairperson, why ye juma in accordance with the constitution? Na candidate will nya more than 50% in kwan the because we nya why winner. The way so will be a nya ya run off.
Yes.
Money be the womb.
Ultimately the simony so with this petition they say there will be a rerun of the election.
Yes, it's one of
some
the
argument.
Yes,
the Supreme Court needs you two more. There will be a rerun.
At West, it's one of the reliefs. But when you go to court as a lawyer, you should know that not all your
reliefs will be granted. That's true.
But me, from where I stand, and I don't know whether I have permission to say this, but let me tell you, this is my personal opinion. From where I stand, and my understanding of the petitioner's case.
Yes.
And so far, responses are Alba Free Nanabi Mune
easy honor.
The worst case scenario would be say the EC will have to go and do the right constitutional declaration. That's for me the worst case scenario. And when they do that declaration, the lawyers know what that means. But finally, Mamenka
Asempa message about say Obi in Remetil Nunu 2005.
In fact, that is what I was going to.
Yeah, the Supreme Court speaking through Dateba asserted that an error in EC declaration does not vitiate the validity of elections. All the EC would be required to do is to redeclare appropriately.
Maybe it's the worst case, but let me show him the difference between in Rojo Metununu case, which is what the second respondent and, or if you like, the respondents have relied upon for some preliminary objection or my reason. What do you say? Oh, Nana, just 1 minute. Obi, what is their case? That in Rojo Metununu case in the Supreme Court can say declaration who won someone, it is not a challenge
of the validity of the election,
like as provided under
64.1.
The difference between the Rojo Metununu case and this case is in the Rojo Metununu case, they were challenging the form of the declaration. They said, the declaration should have included the names of polling stations and all that, and the specific result from polling stations and all that. What you say? And because the declaration of the 2004 presidential election did not conform with that form, Rojo Metununu and the lawyers say the declaration is unconstitutional. Now, court say, "Oh man, yes, what they did was there was nothing wrong with that." But oh man, yes, you are not challenging the validity. But your case way different. We are not challenging the form of the declaration.
You are challenging the substance,
the constitutionality, and the substance. That the substance of the declaration is unconstitutional because the declared winner did not attain more than 50% of the total valid votes. Based on
your own collation, and now say based on the results so declared on the 9th.
Based on the results,
which result was corrected on the 10th.
Which correction has subsequently been corrected, and has subsequently been corrected. So Obi, and let me be a question. Be no me man no be see. Only na bi nyina. Mama me answer. What was
the total valid
votes for the 2020 presidential election? Why would be trebia no? Yebema champagne. No time December then yemfa.
Okay, mami.
Yemfa 9th then na 10th then na page. Website.
Would you want to take up the challenge, Mami?
Oh no.
Okay.
The answer as filed on the 9th of January 2021. A year from the Electoral Commission
on Asempa
now call paragraph 24. First respondents say below is the total of the valid votes obtained by each candidate at the time of the declaration on the 9th December 2020, and which total number is correctly stated in paragraph 12 of the petition. So when you call paragraph 12, so it's there. So maybe my brother is just trying to mischieve you because unless it be on kind.
121-111.
Yes.
Yeah.
But what you compare 10th the end what press release?
Oh no, can say a different from 10th.
11946.
Okay.
Which one should we? This is we should date to now. This is 9th January 2021.
And in your view, we should take this one.
And not true. What was it? And so throw it now.
But no, say you're consistent. And the court will be minded to raise that issue. Okay. Which one should we take?
Yes, on the Busa said, and electoral commissioner because a year total valid vote.
Okay.
And I make catch and say, unless it be a unya easy answer, ni be and kind. So when you easy answer, ni be a can be the minimum ya or call a year paragraph 24.
Asempa FM.
It is there. And I was so much a cracker. Say the total
on Asempa
number is correctly stated in paragraph 12 of the petition or more petition. I want to make sure. Yes, exactly. And to him, that entina make us there, and as I'm not yet to so many case. And you know, we shall be pay free money. Ni be pay and sampa easy am from so being to uncle. Na uncle ye. Nay, oh, me now can I about to say a honor no said I did a jay ask him today. You heard the worst in the basic corner ever say is in common position in MA. That is what will happen. But you see, Sammy near the kind, Mr. Or refer to the president of the land. Or activity Article 64.
Asempa FM.
Court or challenging the validity of the elections conducted. Our some polling stations be a corner. Oh, you see words like selfish, parochial, and a diamond. Oh, that you see because of somebody's no.
You personalized it.
Selfish, parochial.
That's what I meant. Saying on Asempa FM.
Chachu, me sure say matna kasetiano. And also be much kind senior Frank Davis. You know me no here senior by far. But what can no also only name be nyadwin because what can say muni case. It may ban what to pai. And when you bring a penny Frank Davis of what say
Asempa FM.
Oh, intransigent because one follow court order. And I think it's an appropriate word to use. You can't say, what flout the directives of the court because what dream no person ya the fufuro. You can't say that. No, you see that word. Men can baby and can maybe come make us say chachu de enya ya tin de enya ni but the conduct mako court will matter and the pen over court. Bama wa. So we shall hear calling nkofo hwe TV so. And I make us say, oh, can Supreme Court etnasia, especially when a election petition will be arguing was on attention in our. You can't say what lower court to be. Intino, yen China, yen channel, oh, lower court to be, and now oh, yeah, processes be, oh, yeah, registration be, my oh, filing processes be registry.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Yeah, how the manners I exhibited in court, it doesn't happen. It's a make us say, and yes, a baku baku omienu na no my late. And I to so mienu biem. One time on so a court veterans, and I de baku me bombings on my court pants, omoka 9:30 and 9:30. Omoka 9:30. The one nim time no. Just I to so mienu sadia, and I make us say, come here, say. I say, Omunya prepared for that. And it was part of the argument na me meki. Intimisre, minimasuma na make up. And enye mini asamene beka ma asem ediamame. Now, asemo buremu. Etiefo bi enti no mu hu se ndisifo ni case ampa. Tio. Electoral Commission. Isi ano de Samiama yate ase say they have not collected their own resource. Need the kind.
So one casa.
They will not continue make us ano. Tie me che was say. So anyway, bu ho no ma implied. What do I say?
But that is your understanding from what you have been saying.
Because when BB.
Yeah.
So we catch say wo same who hold the press conference. Wo se mo am collation na
Yes. Asempa FM.
Na mo ye no win one touch. O crowd the figure to was 53%. And now it was a more win by 53%. Moki kan mu there o the figure to make I go back. Was more win one touch. Oh, right. Okay, was one kasa.
Okay, one touch. But one for figure anka.
Me kasa. And now was more winning. Sami enyo nkwa. Otuku no. Ni aminua. Me bra penny Elvis a free ankra. E kan bi. In fact, asemni pompon so kra de. Omampani dada, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Ni fie no se omonso ma yomu collation no ma wini one touch. E ho no wie na se dun ketiade bi nso sa soso. So omonso ma wini one touch. Eti nyina nka Ghana fo nyina hwehwe ne se. Mo keka mo pink sheet ni nyina si eni no. Former President Mahama nya say. Na mo keka na nado dan kwa Akufo-Addo nyedian si eni no so ono nso nya sei eti na nado dan kwa Akufo-Addo ne ye die ne nya ye no ye hu se easy e de bia ye dey
Asempa FM
ano mampani dada Mahama so ne onya ye no ye hu se easy ateso ye pink sheet na enie Ghana fo akeke ne nyina si eni ba we da bi enya sa no ma ye ma ye ni e na samia chechi mu no Isi aye mfumso miensa uhwem pa mfumso miensa ne edikan ebra na o declare no figure o use as total valid vote no ofumye o use figure aye total vote cast etino ofumye ena obaye ena wasade eno no anka figures on so be just interpositional error na no na fumye also oka total valid votes no ena okoka total vote cast na figure no odi no share okay efum so mienu anane to so mienu instead of 51.295 and now osaye no 51.595 it is on here in this for now no cre okay ka percentages in here say ni abon say 100.3 then he came back to correct
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
It's just within
on the 10th day no okay
no
let him finish
see
because the 10th day no only corrected the valid vote cast.
And later on, 100.3 in the buy, and I'm sorry, correct here. No, now it was supposed to be 51.295.
Was it in their answer to the petition?
Answer to the petition. And I make her say, it you know, Oma Jatum say, Oma yam from so. Then from so now, Oma Jeno, and young from so materially affected the outcome of the elections. Okay. And from some years, sir, there was a difference of 1,001. That was the figure on the bar a year petition, and then the corrected version,
which was on the 10th day.
Yes, and another year we hear difference now 1,001. Okay, now Obi to Nina me na me ma introduction to that. And this for say. Mami sa wano fum ye. Sa wano wan fum yemfa wo ho. Yen ene biem the third one mami san kan san ba kwan san na masa to us because I'll come back. Who say mami ne kasa no so sa kan say
Asempa FM
128,000 teaching south.
Yeah.
Ye the sa vote ni na the ma aye
candidate Mahama
krana enya dia
obetimi
make
yeah.
A change we see.
Yeah.
And you know ye be koso nya make declaration. Okay. And this for say they don't care whether you have corrected the total valid votes. 13,121,101. You found
Omu yusu 13,400,000.
Exactly. Omu di inform who omu tise dogo bi no abe champion no aso ayi mistake afa mistake. Ye de your party office. Ye nye your collation bia ye nkeka hwinsi ani. Ye de mistake na wa ye ne ginam. Ye nsesa ya adwe da. Eno anu no.
But it is so because declaration is now law. CI 135. Which figure was used?
Into law. C1315. Your gazette, yeah, the correct one.
How do you know?
I'm telling you.
How do you know?
Nisi Obekasa.
Obekasa
say normal gazette no. A factor in the corrected figure.
Who would vouch? Why in the bill? Said your more canny and okay. Well, they raised the point, say, Omoya correction, no party agents were there. So how do you know which figure was used?
Correction, we know. I just have frequency agent. Because you see, India make say, and Cardian Kabit Miami for NDC for serious part.
Asempa FM.
One more copies no mukutana muke kesi ni. No munya. Different figure materially.
Yeah.
A bay affected the outcome of the elections. But I'm coming to talk about that. Oh, many as a medium piano din. Banangu wa yenya mieni press conference.
That is not their case. Omo case the declaration. What was gazetted?
Messi Obi. Asembe ne mu du chan say. Mo amu duplicate amu de maye. Mo amu pink sheet amu de maye no. Ye ko kekesi ani no. Na nado dan ko kufa do enwi. Asempa be ne chan say di mu. Asempa FM ne te no. Asempa ben and the chance say ya keka ye de asiani ye kasi ani no na nado dan kwakufu ado adi ntwo wanwini na isi awia ye asempa bay and the chance they don't have it. In fact omaye eno mahu say ade na nado dan kwakufu ado wi but ni yen koso ani nyina mistake na isi ye ni ni fa make case. That is your strategy. Nothing more, nothing less. Intino esi de na isi kwa ba correct it. Udi wunim
Ekosiisen On Asempa.
Se wodi wo se wo mfa hwe nya adwuma kra na anka would the first mistake ananko bi anim say clear. The total valid vote and a total vote.
Yeah.
sa interpositional error no make here no into the for 13,121,000 there be almost almost fair no nyadwuma
still almost per 400
now we dey cry size who's always ade say me Techiman South ni bi wa declaration in it.
Yes.
At the time, I'm not easy. I make his declaration.
Asempa.
Now you name the results from Techiman.
Yes, name.
But on the 30th of December,
before someone filed a petition,
it was known. It was known. It is out of mischief. It is still now. Say yen stand 428,000 in are you serious? NDC for because him Nana Ado Dankwa Ekufuado Techiman South results in 46,379,000. John Dramani Mahama
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM
and 34. And think I will not this results na known. Nti ada na one factor no in. But kinchina opese ogina electoral commission declaration no make ye say at the time me ya me kuta figures ni nyina. Say me the 128,000 no eno ye extrapolation. At the mamokra na me calculate at the kamama ho enya ade amonya. But look, at the time I court so no, there's nothing like extrapolation. The figures are known. It's had an amount for figures in Anshishim. Say, oh, former President Mahama, enya 52,000. Nanado Danko Kufara, enya 46,000. In the edition shame, Amat Nana enya 49,000, 49%, sorry. And now, former President Mahama 46 Debbie. Almost 46 now, almost run off. No. Almost at the 128,000 as I am calculating. Oh, I won't petitioning.
Petition him.
Oh, mommy, almost propaganda.
Almost 128,000 in
almost half an in
and Omunusu 13,400,000 and something.
Yes.
Also.
Oh, man, can be to was it?
Some of the Amuya, no.
Missy,
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Paragraph 15.
Okay.
2. Baby, almost 49.
No, that's all we wrong. So we now
yes, Omudi from paragraph 6. And now Omudi kan ekuti Mrs. Adukui. Na there be obinya ha to was one.
We sure say a woman.
Oh, me say, e go for the ade my yard no. And conform my yard and what my yard no.
He's talking about the video.
Starting here. Paragraph 14. In purporting to declare second respondent as the winner of the presidential election, Mrs. Jane Aduki Mensah also stated that currently the election results we have declared exclude that of Techiman South constituency, with a voter population of 128,018. The said election results are not ready because they are being contested. Even if we were to add 128,000 full results to the results of the second candidate, it would not change the outcome of the election. Hence, our declaration of the 2020 presidential results without Techiman South. 15. The Techiman South constituency has a total registered vote population of 128,000. If added to the total valid vote announced by Mrs. Jinaduki as cast, 13,430,000. The resultant figure will now be 13,562,000. Paragraph 16. Consequently, if all the votes in Techiman South constituency were added to the petitioner's votes, second respondent votes will remain the same as 6.7 million 30418, now yielding 49.625%, whilst the vote of the petitioner would increase to 6,342,907, now yielding 46.78. It's almost 428,000 in their own petition. Can you imagine? And at the time you filed this petition, the results were on. So why do you have to go and extrapolate? Say 128,000 amount. And this is captured. Paragraph 14, 15, and 16. Your own petition. Make a petition. Or not petition. Explain. I don't know. And I'm from Obi.
You notice. We'll come to you when you explain.
Paragraph 16. Consequently, if all the votes in Techiman South constituency were added to the petitioner's votes, second respondent's vote will remain the same. That is Nanado Danko Kufuado. Because you had for a Mubako Kranya, the Emano. Nanado 42,009, the second respondent's vote will remain the same. Now yielding 49.625%. Whilst the vote of the petitioner, in this case, former President Mahama, would increase. Yeah, the 128,000 actually Wafa. Hey, that's not about there. It will increase to 6,342,907, yielding 46.768%.
Now, sir, are based on the declaration of the 9th. Which declaration has
that
been...
That is why I make catcher will say already figures no more using on her. That is why I make kind, sir. The preceding two paragraphs at the Mauna. So we show they are still using the 13,434,576
because based on that figure, and a woman a car say or they
valid vote no from so we be correct. I was only trying to demonstrate to you say 128,000 make can say they be yes no no. May you cross the be yes sir. Samuel show some petition wait me I can because make a
Asempa FM.
Obi into what
No. I've read it. My kind. Final
point. Maybe. Almost how can be wrong aggregation of votes. And no more can vote pardon. Valid vote. No more can vote pardon. Now when some a press conference and somebody be bring here from petitioning. Some make can same BC ni say we share padded votes no kana ekikako bese 500,000 we say day okay can same hu manyano tugu mu o share omo petition and on petition na me de ye adwuma on petition na me de ye adwuma me nko bia omo petition
Asempa FM
we share wrong aggregation of vote na we vote pardon na we can see here it's just about 6,620. In fact easy crab out Ababeka say no credit India and answer.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
But you see, made the purposes of argument. You need come. What's the wrong aggregation of vote and a vote pardon? A boo or crampa. We shall on one inch when a boo on it, maybe beat me, comma, President Mahama. Yeah, it being so aquaman and nado, nanomiti on one kumbo. And yes, 6,000 or 7,000 approximately. Materially, it cannot affect the outcome of the elections. But I mean, it appears you want to waste everybody's time. Materially, it cannot affect it. Because the difference I can see only over 500,000. 500,000. First of all, Same and some more can medicayaka, me boninya tofa, no abem, no masabem. Omo any evidence we are say yakeka yen ye figure se ani, enunti ye keka se ani no, na nado danko Akufo-Addo enwini. Former President Mahama and enwini. Sa claim no enye no kre debi omu nyina so nyina no eyem from so a eye obapa Jane Mensa ye no eno so mo de nya de o mbesa kire o madwen da once a wo so ayem from so no ehwa na gina enya de a ye be free ho eno ani eno mo de abeduru hasi eno nti na ne wo hwe ne nkomodie mu a enya de obeka sa ama na brain nkofokuru so
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM
very carefully so in the worst case scenario a whole bit. This is my own thinking. This is my because on person be kama ninko for na kasa ya asem no ye Lucy and one say be ka che oh samiti because on person obe kano gidi na kwa hunhun ti no in the worst case scenario no ye be ka che isi ane say o figures
sign declaration
na declaration bi na ehwe na enye yi Asempa ni obi.
Henry Nanabuache, a lawyer, ni Sami Nyabotre. Etie futi ma menkan message tobo David tobo Sami Nyabotre. Me need our time to even read 1 hour. Obi, good evening. It is an interesting discussion you are having with Sami and Nana. I'm rather curious to know how they have gone from having evidence to declare President Mahama as president-elect to now with evidence that, in fact, he didn't even cross 47% of valid vote cast. I'm happy they are in court to expose, in quote, the EC. It seems the goalposts keep being shifted. Albert is in Takrade. On top of my head, I can at least ascribe 2 instances and reasons for the difference in the figures. 1, the chairperson inadvertently using total vote cast instead of total valid vote during the declaration. 2, the issue of Techiman South result, which at the time of declaration had not been incorporated in the result as declared, which has however been subsequently added to the result. With these 2 instances, you should expect difference in the figures. Idi Muhayuddin. Good afternoon, Obi. The petitioners themselves don't seem to have the willingness to take the matter anywhere. They just keep shifting the goalpost. It's becoming very nauseating. What former President Mahama and his NDC are seeking to do is to bastardize the court before the public. Simpliciter. Eduanaba kweku amponsa ewo abeka. And ono the way abraying. Let me see the other ones we have here. Now, for share intimate and twaso. We say, it is true, supplementary is subject to the leave to be granted by the court, and the court may refuse to grant leave for a supplementary. Cheers to you and your panel. Let me see the other ones we have here. Now, some points say,
Ekosiisen On Asempa
so
FM.
Sami Jenfi feels respect must be accorded to Chachu and Tony Letha, but not Frank Davis and the others. He claims Nanabi spent 10 minutes on trivialities, but Sami uses equal time to respond and rebut. Funny world. Sampine, Regional Secretary, NPP. We say, let me see. Obi, indeed, there is a lawyer and there is a lawyer. Kudos to Nana for the fantastic education. Rainbow Ewo Kaswa. I'll come to Sami, but Sami Nyabotre. And we've done some 42 minutes after 5. Meba Sami Tobo Nyabotre mame. Yentie we mra sisi ya.
Maudada no pediani bianye di pa and the pe wo malt milk ena koko mu a ema milo mu da shima. Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
From Nestle.
Every ahwehwe side dwade nka to yi mu agya to se eye.
Franco Trading Enterprise still phone Papa Fie, Samsung nie, Nokia nie, iPhone nie, say your printers, mobile phone, accessories. Franco Trading Enterprise afa one TV, digital television set, this satellite, any ultra panel, abomuma.
Franco Trading Enterprise, e wo Facebook, sa uko Franco Trading Enterprise page. Nasa likes no 100,000. E yo mwa, eni omunidra. Sa so na www.francotrading.com. Android app, Franco Trading, Instagram, at Franco Trading. Nani pa body for dosunti. Franco, the Momo Pay code number 189480.
Your branches on the Bebre Wagana baby, Nemum, head office on the Twaya Dabraka, opposite Roxy Cinema.
Hacho, Franco, any Accra station, any MT and the DNMJ. Also, Wabe Ecobank, Accra, opposite Menaba building, and a La Paz and Suye opposite Tema station.
And our prayer numbers in Nani and Chauntum 0246 422 338 and at 0546 133 188. Franco Trading Enterprise.
Still, phone Papa Fie.
And you're not going.
Wow.
Aha Dania Brochire. Global lighting for lights. Any home accessories papa ne ball from Sunu. We're providing lighting solutions for Ghana more than 20 years. Wabamu pay no environment at the side of Fairfair. Europe Niema, the highest standard in terms of quality. Ceiling lights, outdoor lights, chandeliers, wall lights, compound lights, LED panels, spotlights, braces and surface, switch and sockets, wiring cables, and the Kekahua, electricians, and the contractors at the year one projects no will free global light.
When are your friend ultra modern?
Papa B, street lights ni post now. Water one Niema, was sunny amount technical advice and after sales service. Spentex 027-900-3066. On the textbook market division, Osu Ari, a man from Fred 0302 769 382. One in my coffee house in the division, and the Kumasi 0278 744 886. One in Palace Mall, and the division, Santa's runabout.
Global lighting.
And Kania Pahifi.
Hello, Mason. Hey, 10 bags idiom. Aden. Ejuma baku amoye. Matonyo ma ta na so ejuma mu wie da. Carpenter boy. Still bender was mini. Plumber kwade bobo. Ah, we dey sen ka minimu a. E ka be to dan preko.
Oh, mini aba. Enye dan to at alliance e be di wasem e di amount. Se wo si dan ana wo to aso. Wo tim na wanyo how bi impo frim. O frɛ wa na wadu wada daada. Empo o pese wo ye nsesa. Ana renovation. Na wo dan no edi mu ankasa dia. Na mekanfo at Alliance Trading and Construction Company Limited at the amount. Wasaya interior and exterior deco. Say Ebano land surveying, architectural drawing, property documentation. Shanaso say ye mark 50% discount. Emma architectural drawing bia. Yawa domi yani have you do and a year opposite. Fre 055-380-0618. At Alliance Ana. Stress free.
Except you build a house. The builders build in vain. Me I go follow you.
1xbet de wutuminya odds akakrakao sanso de sika kese ma wuji wusika nso a intentem so kra nti bomodia na fa kwenye iso travel bet for 1xbet na wusu de sika pem ni bi nti call 1xbet.com.gh na use promo code 1xradio na get 200% bonus wow first deposit so 1xbet bet BAB wo gambling ho atronti twa na wahwe yem enye ma wa wundi mfie du wotwe gaming commission ahwehwe mu aginkrato we atum.
Hey, Mira, and the Abaya Wuti Ugodi na say.
Oh, 2 weeks ago.
Na netina watching me look na agbeve fever draw was swadi konkuano no.
Agbeve fever, me below do crack and one. Hey, me do one more. Many malaria, any tracker bia. My social journey walk on. But from Akodia Preco.
Agbeve fever so dear, any Akodia Casia. Malaria bia unity pet na dinisungu.
Hey, Madame Wimbran was WW, Yenmu and Hey, Agbeve fever in the Timmy. Nagana house dear, could be why malaria free. And to send me to choir, Nama Buam Hopreco. Before Agbeve fever, I shall bag masakra na fatade ambehye
na sese wudi ni nyina ekro no yen ya kafie nso e
oh sa hade krom hade de ne afambasi chemical herbal shops na abu anu nso gum kama atuturu kra ne agbebe herbal center oh so utuom last stop ana afre 020-8130-790 and 024-6595-256
agbebe fever
malaria sin ho odina o mefresi apemfo abata wo mo manufo ene nkoda wo ni mfiedu mienu ebi won ka ho
e wo se wodi etwidi mu hwehwehu ka ho ansa na wadi ayareshe sene oman no etwidi ayaresa hwehwe yetie
FDA ahwehwe saa ejedi enkrato yi mu agye atomu se eye
Senioma papa eba wakwimu a ewo se wutumi ya hoboa emma enioma ehu hia te se wohwehwe TV remote entwe wadwene emfree enioma papa ebetumi aba wakwimu enunti ena TCL edi P715 TV foforo no abetodwa TV a wowo sutumi e use Google Assistant nakasa wo beke gumu bia no edi so pepepe P715 TV emma wakwenya ma wo ye ne ehu hia te se woni enkwala no edi agro ana woni wodofu bi enya hodie ne hia ne se wo bekase go TV nim na TV no bedi won hihye so pepepe TCL P715 hands free voice control TV wo benye bi ato e wo TCL shops e wo Ghana fane nyina ana frey wo 0202-698-398 ana 0596-913-298 wo betumi akoya website nso e wo www.tclghana.com TCL the creative life.
Reload. Get up, born to wear the crown.
Ma wo dada no pediani bia nya didi pa enipa wo malt, milk, ena cocoa mu a emma milo mu da shima.
From Nestle.
Every ahwehwe side dwade nkratoyi mu agya tum se eye.
Enapa yo enapa sardines enapa mackerel enapa soya sauce yeah enapa baked beans for sandwich kenke and salad try the tuna enapa chocolate drink avanti numbio ne creamy pan and dairy cream so avanti diania ye de enapa the soup
Enapa sardine is a vegetable oil. It's best for your kinky or your banku and pepper.
Use enapa mackerel for your soup, for your stew and your love.
Na spaghetti need Italia baby.
Hey, enapa, the soup. Enapa, the soup.
FD ahwehwe saa edwedie nkrato yi ade atum se eye.
Heaven, oh heaven, heaven, yeah, bako. Heaven, oh heaven, heaven, yeah, bako. Heaven mosquito quail, bako. Repels mosquitoes, less smoke, you know they break. Used to heaven insecticide spray, no now won't malaria so better. It don't let a friend want money. Heaven, oh heaven, heaven, yeah, bako. Heaven, oh heaven, heaven, yeah, bako. Heaven.
Do not sleep in a room with a burning coil. Leave room for 15 minutes after spray and allow for adequate ventilation.
This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
The Providence giveaway season is here again. Insure your new car or renew your existing motor insurance policy from the 1st of January to the 31st of March and get fuel coupons and several other branded Providence souvenirs. Rush for your insurance cover now. Terms and conditions apply. Remember, with Providence, man, you are covered.
Providence Insurance. That was so macho, Madi, Mira. Ya na udi sa. Hey, na malaria na fahia mutu awaria momonia gisano.
Adom malakio mesha ewo hwe. Malaria ent na yeso nche.
Ye kwa ye tested duo mu pe enyenum adom malakio mixture. Eni gina malaria body weakness yo tiredness yo hwim ye nyina ho atoye ntam kura. Na adom natural tonic a esisi ha nso ye.
Adom natural tonic nso. Ye num to ye a ye ntimi nidie. Eno na yanum bi edidi a ye ho ten sa no.
Adom natural tonic. Minya ni na mentumi ni die menum bie bono me taisa mo ho ayefe pa ene ya mepe biato ni nyina apemfo abatan ya wo mo manufo ne nkwada woni fie dunsia nka ho e wo pharmacies chemical and herbal shops dodo a ko dependable herbal home Medina New Road Greenhouse anane branch wa kaso opposite there to international school 024 2223 555
FDA ahwehwe sa ejedi enkrato mu age atum se eye.
Eti da be pa na bebo ye sili ma ye fie ha ye fe. Me guso me dwendwene ho the sili ye de ye. Oh, na wo wire fi wadanfo akwasi sili no. Ene wo fansa de ye no. Aye ampo waka me some cotton sili ne me nyina rocksters. Rocksters for to POP cement, plaster board, joint filler, corner mold, centerpiece, any fiber, idea sili papa e ma teacher. Say wo to akogu sito mu o, say wo to akobo sili no for when it chere rocksters. Na rocksters e kwa de sie nim ne dada. Enti sori waka ni ankoto mu sili nyama ne bi. Yemfa mebo ye sili mani nyefe na kai say so person rocksters fo ankasa bebe osili ne ma odi a enye ye easy kra rocksters fo be ye osili na ma na ye fe amwani agye ho rocksters fo number 0501453877 and 0243690402 rocksters quality and affordable.
Awufo hye yi enso bra ye mofrey eco school ye kire wo mo eye social distancing bra wone wafo ahia ye kire wo mo de enti asabre enni ho kwan se wone wadanfo ehage ana wo ye na tu ye kire mofra no enso se wone wafo edi enkomo a enni ho kwan se wo hwe animu ni animu empo so wone bi edi nkomo mpa won hwe se wo mo nose mask ne de abribia no ehye wo no mo won tetete wo ho entem ni nyina no eyawofo ya sudie se ye kan ekire nkura no bra wo mo wo fie na wo ko school a wo mo re enfree bidi de afia amankwa tamaklo medase sankra toyi Asempa 94.7 FM ene de bro
Asempa FM Community Sports Quiz to finals. Yes! Grand finale! Mantem Dunsia na State Matiana say. Now, watching Crunchino. Emumi and one theater more finals in the moon. Amasamai, and the Kwashima. Wamuwai, and Eddie Krua, and the Atadia Cassia Dasuno. Hey, Asempa FM Community Sports Quiz final. Ebayani Kanyarija. Basso Memeda, 30th January. Live was Asempa FM. Any Atom TV so. And open Duba Konia Shasia, wine and weenie. I'm a summer and now question my sort of from the filia home from an oil and social media platforms are hot waters. Hashtag Asempa Sports Quiz, Asempa FM Community Sports Quiz Financing, and you may query Sia Conco with 3-year lotteries. Dial star 787 hash. One so bet to me to be soccer bet. Your best bet for sports betting. Day by day, man from Dream Cosmetics. I don't go next level energy drink. Empower yourself and a cheesy pizza. Your pizza, your way. Asempa FM Community Sports Quiz. Wapia, Mousa Soap.
Eto de bia, ekwan wonantie, ene kwan muta, etimi ye hupa. Se wutwa kwan mu a, hwe hu se, eho ye bia, ye de tuntum, ene fita. Asensan kwan nim zebra crossing ana say baby a etwene wo mekire footbridge ana baby a traffic light is
Asempa FM
so a hwebenkum nifa ne hwebenkum bio ne hwe hunu say ka bia mai ansan watwam enyina wagina baby akasa so mekire mobile phone abra wutwa kwan se wutie nwom ana wudi nkomo esan say wani free wo so ketua bi pa ubetimi ahwe wo nkwa Shannon song, say yin na ya said yes, say, your boy and Quahobai, near Sia Quenchiano Quine. Shannon swore, say yin na ya said yes, say, your boy and Quahobai. Go Jojo.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Live. Sankratui, National Road Safety Authority in the Debra.
Asempa FM.
Anytime I feel lonely, feeling sad, only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Yeah. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa FM. 94.7.
94.7 Asempa FM. Suni Ekosiisen Jumedie no asuguswa utieno. In 2 minutes time it will be 6 p.m. in studio. Lawyer Sami Jemfi, spokesperson for the petitioner in the election petition hearing at the Supreme Court. Sanso and a lawyer Henry Nanabuachi Bibina friend and Nanabi, honestly a spokesperson for the second respondent who happens to be president of the Republic, Nanado Dankwa Akofo Addo. And in Penifom Yuni anyone AD and Komo Ewe Ekosiisen. Share and how our proceedings echo and looking into the trial, how our Neoma ABC Ako. Ye konona lawyer Nanabuachi akasa wie inti Same Bremwe.
Obi mi dase. Ye nyina ya jiatum. I mean, no one is in doubt about the mra kunyini 1992 constitution.
FM.
Ekafa Ghana amampenyi abato. Ye nyina ye nim se yakoto abasi yiyo mampenyi a. Ewo se candidate ni mu ba kunya Emma Papa no total valid votes no more than 50%. And sana yakase wedding kunim. So mumu bia enya sa mana more than 50% of the total valid votes na. was about your sound to be in between the wedi first and the wedi second and only a friend runoff. This is what Article 63 of the 1992 Constitution provides. Now, in any election, the
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
The total valid votes and the votes obtained by the candidates. So, the votes obtained by the candidates is a common denominator for getting the percentages because who divide it will be mapped by the total valid votes, not the multiply 100, then you get a percentage. Now, Nana B try say obes can NDC what our case is. I was an because seven ni can pounds or catchiano. It don't even say propaganda no way. Because I say, oh, NDC for 7 say EC chairperson be declare results and or so of total valid votes no kind or so na wababa be correct no NDC for say mfonso no no mo de hwa no mugina won te say dogo bi nyeden inu abe obi that is not accurate. NDC asem wa ye kan say constitution see to abawia Mami Jimensa wona ye EC chairperson and for that matter the returning officer Brana Bebobo say wo bobo a de wenya minimum more than 50% no we do
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Ye ko to about 7 December 9 December 2020 ube bobo aba no o ka say emma papa do wa ye to ye 13,434,574 votes one our kind a speech na wotwere ye nya dia wode wano fafa ne ka keke a speech na ye twere gu paper so ma wo say omampenyi Akufo-Addo nya a little above 6.7 million votes. Percentage a wode ma no ye ko calculate ye na e wrong enye sa percentage no nya ye wan mani bia ka ho. Figures be use ye na ye ono ana no mu asem declaration. So wutie the Okane declaration mu a. Say total valid votes. Say at the end of the transparent, fair, orderly, timely and peaceful presidential elections, the total number of valid votes cast was 13,434,574, representing 79% of the total registered voters. Way on one declaration.
On the 9th. That's on the 9th, right?
Yes. But that, you see, this on the 9th, no? Me who the head, who the tail. There is only one declaration of the 2020 presidential election.
And it cannot be corrected?
And that is the 9th.
It cannot be corrected?
No. A so-called correction or a correction is not a declaration. It is a make a declaration once more. It is the 9th. Because if one can so has 2 declarations. Oh my God.
No.
So we are talking about one declaration. Naobi. Or say in the declaration, Mrs. Jimensa, chairperson of first respondent and the returning officer for the presidential election, further said that the second respondent, Nanado Danko Ekofo-Addo, obtained 6,730,413 votes, being 51.595% of the total valid vote cast. They claim that the percentage of votes obtained by the second respondent was 51.595% of the total valid votes, that she herself distinctively stated to have been 13,434,574 was a manifest error, as vote cast for second respondent will amount to 50.098% and not 51.59%. So I hope that Nanati say. Now just I ma or see Omampenyi Akufo-Addo nyae. Now we divided by the total valid votes now announced here, which is 13,434,574 now. Omampenyi Akufo-Addo wenya 51.595.
On Asempa FM.
And only use because and no ye declaration.
13,400.
Yes, because that is the hair declaration.
But it's been corrected.
Hold
Why
on.
are you not taking notice of that?
Hold on.
Okay.
Enti Omampenyi Akufo-Addo wenya the percentage. Ma menesi wenya. Percentage is lookable more above 100%. Omampenyi Akufo-Addo wenya more than 50% because onon kwani votes no man 50.098. But that time not only 274 constituencies near warm results, not the Chiman South results of my. And Jimensa say ya the Chiman South nyina kra de ma John Mahama wedi second say lo mampenye Kufuor be win nti we declare mampenye Kufuor winner and on ye ka say no ye de Techiman South ekwo kan o declaration na why at the time ne ho no mampenye Kufuor do enya 50.0 enya more than 50% or tiba 49 nti unyina so a wo declare the winner no unconstitutional obi so what you say okay say 2012 yeto abawie no afa region nya results ni nyina na aka constituency ba ko per time okay yeah NDC man pressure say on declare so say there be mean declare because a man na what time no see the ni nyina ma o mampenye Kufuor no wadi second na it can affect the outcome na afa region nim say yentimi ntu aba man nipa ni nyina nto ma party ba ko. But once all the votes in that outstanding constituency could affect the outcome, was a train. Jimen's are the same train because me the Nina Krama de what also na still the way the kind a candidate Kufuor do dinkuni. Yakwaya ya obwa. Unya more than 50% but that is a declaration your own constitutional. And I say, oh, me young Fonso, obiti ni you. Ye case na me chechu mu biemu. Say the be ya na be jai mischief no. Me young Fonso, man on the pie. Inti makwaya press release. They said they make a number nusu simfidi number nusu na oh. Utim fita ati amwanku. Say ye figure keke na na wo bobo na we mistake dia. Oh, hey, candidate agents mo mra John Bodu we. You know mosquito. We na total vote cast na me call you total valid vote so. To we dey mo fan cheme. Inti correction ni enya no ano na ntia say na ye adwuma. Na wonko a wo kohye kukuam esum aseka bi. Na wo de wo figure aba. Asempa FM December. Figure no de ba no so no press release no kwa one sign buji mensa on san chase unim say yeto aba Ghana ha boss manasare won't be declare
Dabi
because there is only one returning officer which is Ekosiisen On Asempa FM. It is a why your declaration I was so correct and why your declaration when I was sign on san chase hey ade we munya rem figure ben na was say and na correct one na was say 13,119,460. So 13119,460. Obi wate? Okay. And I Asemna ko do court. Inti ye nyina ye hwe se Jimensa no kwafo. Obeba beka se oh de na bi ken yampa. Ma no ne fom ye. Na enye 13,434,574. Nemom na ye 13,119,460 and on the 10th of December I corrected it. Inti NDC fo nyina say omo ko to figure that and me the new figure but na obi meboa say okasa asenka NDC ye kwa ye be fere afi ma me the figure for fraba e different from the other ba 10 na say na ye correct figure no obi tie me yo which is 13,121,111 into onu kwa the three figures. What this means is say Jimensa has corrected her so-called correction here in the 10th. And so most them trophy munim. Enya John Mahama petition ye or the court wa enka obi ube nya third figure of 13,121,111 total valid votes no ka wateda ibisao. The first time this new total valid votes figure has been introduced in court in their answer to John Mahama's petition at paragraph 24. Obi sao te mase
me too.
Enya John Mahama petition na enka sa no kura ne ye huda. What that therefore means in say and some trouble should stop telling the NDC say the EC has corrected its errors. Because that so-called correction EC for that damn say correction, they have abandoned it in courts. They are no longer making reference to the unsigned press release of the 10th on what January free home. Obi, do you understand me? Because in that unsigned press release of the 10th, okay, election, I may have a program, me catch on say. Mamini di trotch Ghana for say a total valid vote spend and enough form here into our be correct. Emma John Mahama or Mampenye Kufuor ne other candidates nya no say wan fa ne sanya dey anka. But ye ko check here no what John Mahama maso by 1,707 at the 174 votes aka Mampenye Kufuor votes so. Obi so kai say me kasa same way. Kokota o declaration wa abandon. We say a mistake. O correction wa yeso wa abandon. Correction na obe dada Ghana for say my correction. Correction ni no. What dey near free home? Who the new figure na ba? Na face some agent fi bisa say what is the total valid votes? Nana B say, oh, yamfa latest one ne work out. Nana, send you was a moda joma mas you. Na the mama petition we are man, ka ubenya sa figure no. No, ka ubenya he. Yet you are dismissing this petition, say you're frivolous. Ababi enim, who new figure now? What's no your total valid votes you are working with? No, it has only come out in courts. Never had the EC made reference to that figure anywhere. Oh, you tell me?
Me too, pa.
Now, Obibeka so send here. So my the trouble o ma ba be correction so ma abandon no the way back. Last one we into. But what you bizarre question be and I thank you very much. O say on what basis should we accept the latest one and not the second one? Why should we accept 13,121,111 and not the 13,119,460? I don't know the bad 10th. Said this is the correct one. And not the obi won't think as a mistake because that day home I can say me correction ni ana obi me boa.
Yes.
The work that day why you correction so no waiting. Nana Ghana mpenyifo anya nkoda o. The work that day on the 10th I would buy no so waiting. No, Nana anya to was afi ni asate.
Obenya ota.
Wo bubu nwi agukwa mu ma me nyi mfiri o. Obi za wutie me.
Me too.
Na fe Nana bi say yamfa new one no. Nana, the internet was here for third figure and not the second figure. Because you think the EC has a right to always change results. Said they will have to demonstrate to the court which of the figures are correct. And you're then on 13,190,460. Now, days after you do muko jina court to new figure.
Now, I think I read somewhere.
Coach, you know why?
I read somewhere say Greater Accra constituencies before be results by later. If you remember,
or declare results on the 9th.
You've seen that in the answer, right?
Or declare results on the 9th. Or say all the 274 constituencies need declare. Now results by Chida. Why not in the crack and wasem? As we were rep. Now obi you started to about Ghana ye ne. Da ben ya to about at the time we. Ana bi pa o kasama o mampenya kufuado okra wotie na results are o si o mampenya kufuado arene figures already okra wuni so yemfa third one na na okra no enya wutimu na yemfa third one no sen adena ene se me fa second nti Jackson fa second one no sabi Javi be fa first one na na fa third one sa na ye you amanfo okra esre Ghana ni nyina ye wiamu na unim de ehu no third figure na say yemfa no so kwa yentimi mfa ma ne nya yie obi tie ni ye o third figure na omo de aba no as if that I mean the worst of it all say no so kra no so problem e won ho kra de e chen first two no because the primary source of sa figure na ye kan ho asem na hu hia total valid votes eye emma papa Ghana for 2 year on 7 December no ni nyina no eye captured on the faces of pink sheets from the over 33,000 police stations of Ghana. 38,000.
Yes.
Now those 38,000 police stations, you collect in their respective constituencies. In Ghana, there were 275 constituencies and a 275 result summary sheets. Constituency BR ne pink sheets. I mean, kanasa. And okay, kasa 275 ni bomua. And your total valid votes now, it was ni bomua. And I would be national figure na meboa. Some forms ni na easy for a publish on my website. Ya na nam adwen ko ho. Mama o revelation bi. Maboa ko calculate we and na message Jackson. Yema obi. Me fa figure na ma. A different figure.
A different figure na you saying.
I can tell you the figure but menka. Go and do your homework. Maza, I'm a lawyer like you, and you don't think you can trick me to give you information. Me say, you get a different figure. And that is why Yeka said, this is not, Nanabi should not just bastardize our case. Say, oh, you see mistake that Nana so. And you mistake that Nana because, Nana. Because, why correction, why abandon, who the new figure ba. New figure no so does not conform with what some riches out the year, Juma. Obi, who will accept this? Obi, who call election wa Asempa FM ha? Say we person we house master wa ha. Na ye the idea we do wa. Wo beja tu. Why must Ghanaians accept this sham of the results? Now Obi sa question bi na de. na watch Nana B. And I want people to record this today because Nana B say for him the total valid votes I am finding the latest one is answer to the petition, which is 13,121,111. Obi, when did the EC file their answer to the petition? And after the petition was filed?
Yes.
Early January. Yes. January.
Yes.
January, yao.
Yes.
Gazette results na declaration ya Gazette in the 10th. But it was the 9th declaration in the Gazette.
Yes.
And simple question will be said, Nana. So we new figure need ya. We say new figure when a correct total valid votes. No. Na sa figure way by January in response to Mahama petition. Then it means that is not what was enacted into CI 135, and that is not what was gazetted. This is common sense. Because Gazette, 10th December, based on the 9th December declaration. Yes. Who figure was here correct by January in answer to Mahama petition. So definitely that is not what was declared, that is not what was enacted, and that is not what was gazetted. Therefore, it means what was declared, enacted, and gazetted is flawed and unconstitutional. You are agreeing with the case of the petitioner.
But the challenge will be, the Gazette did not come with any figure.
But it came on a date.
Absolutely.
And on that date, had this new correct figure Nana B saying we should rely on, had it arisen?
How do you know it was not there?
Because that the EC had announced 2 figures, and that the figure they claim is the correct figure now was not part of those figures. Or they were gazetting figures in their head. Figures they are not informed Ghanaians about. Figures they show team Nana. So they told Ghanaians one thing and they gazetted another. I mean, definitely they cannot tell us that cock and bull story. They can't tell the court that. It was anytime you refuse to debate the MPP on the trivialities and you bring them to the substantive issues before the court. Said Obi. So Penana B's own argument was to say the results declared, the results enacted into CI 135, and the results gazetted so he's agreeing with our relief, asking the court to declare all those things, the declaration, the enactment, CI 135, and the subsequent gazette as unconstitutional, null and void, and all that. Wajiatum in effect. Now, Obi,
finally.
Finally.
What's your time now? Finally, Sammy.
Okay. Wakabi be say, ye call court no. Say ye ko ka say if ya ye coalition na ye hu say o ma wi abani mu a enko bia na ye be ya nyeza Asempa na sa na ye ko kan. Obi ma chiri me. Say if the declaration is unconstitutional and null and void, issues of coalition, overvoting, and the regularity of the conduct of the election doesn't even arise because there is no declaration to challenge. Are you getting me? No, Nana, lawyers. Say declaration is unconstitutional. It means a null and void. So a null and void. Actually, say a new cry never existed.
Yes.
So if it never existed, then the results on the basis of which the declaration was done, whether there was overvoting, you collected your own results. Hold on. Yes. And based on that, we have won. But
based on the coalition.
Yes. We have won the election.
You insist.
But we choose which one to go to court with first. Because Bako is fundamental. Bako is about the constitutionality. It's about the constitutionality of the declaration, need the whole thing. Once that is settled, now, if the real results declared, then we can go to issues of the regularity of the conduct of the elections. So, Nana, we know what we are doing. Now, Obi Mebao.
Finally.
It is not even true. Obi, I can do it in 2 minutes.
This should be 1 minute. I can grant you 1 minute.
It is not wholly true. Paragraph 30. Paragraph 31 of our petition.
Asempa FM.
Yes, sir. Jimen say we are manimu bi. Edi account o mampinye kufuado de. That's the meaning of pardon of oaths. And yes, you have examples kakre bi sample cases. Yanka say examples ni nyina no. Enti na na brofo kra cheme. Sample cases. And ya chiro ave wo nyi ano ne say oh, eno kra de esua. Enti ye wie mu kakra bi. Really? 2012 election petition. Some people vote me nya one case of pardoner. Ka dede o be ye nukrom ha. We wiem over 6,000 votes ti esua. Nipa 6,000 udi omododo.
And all the 6,000 went to Nanado.
Yes. And anumpo ye sample cases.
And none went to Mahama because in your press conference you said that some
we are talking
went
about
to
what
Mahama.
is before the courts. But this is the first time in the history of Ghana. Yatu abewie ne de we di second. They say ye wiame. Ye divorce bebre ama mampenye Kufuado wenya. The orene ye no so mampenye Kufuado so say ye wia no. Aba no Jimense wiem. Ono one campaign chairman Peter McMahon on Joy FM say Jimense wiem amajo Mahama. Na wa amajo Mahama ma wenya. Onte ye.
Mate.
Enti nana bi mo say Jimense wiem. Yes, we say Jimense wiem.
That is not before the court.
Massa, you better say your witness statement. What say Jimense wiem? Yes, we say Jimense wiem. Dia mudi atem here. We all agree that the election is unconstitutional and flawed because mo amo say mo evidence say Jimense wiem amajo Mahama. Wa wo chairman wo fa bebe wo bi amechia no. Ono wane kan. Yes, about what time we are mo amo say ye wiem. Yes, we see ye wiem no. Wo tie defend it because it suits you. Then finally, or can be say yes say yato abena wiem po a yehu Techiman South resource no. Omomfa ni nyina nka ye ho. Obi who explaining that. So I'll be very snappy. The point who explaining that say
let's listen to him.
That those paragraphs you read no nana meba mechim. Those paragraphs you read no. We were showing you why the declaration was wrong and unconstitutional. And we are saying say ma amene say see a divorce ni nyina majo Mahama divorce what Techiman South nyina majo Mahama kra still mampenye Kufuado be ne ba ye ne sa ne hu say enya no kre and the declaration no ye no was wrong and unconstitutional and on kire say ene ye yato abawie still ye pese ye divorce ni nyina kan ho. But of course what we are challenging is the 9th declaration. So the events after the 9th are immaterial to our challenge of the declaration
on the 9th.
And they made a make to and say Obi.
In the formono, you've closed your eyes to all the subsequent corrections that
there has not been any Obi, are we having a discussion of the deaf? One who said Anabi catch say even the correction too they have abandoned. So what correction are you talking about?
In the EC's answer to my petition, no.
Interpretation. Chanka say Obi oko school abuchi o te brofo chairman. Obi what we treat brofo bia o ye. We treat brofo interpretation bia o ye.
The EC's answer to my petition no made reference at 10th December correction statement nearby. And you cannot have this discussion without that because that is a correction to the 9th December.
Was also the figure for Fraba. Why won't the figures? So we why basa. Intermediate. Oh, nana intermediate. They make that to you and say. A man and I the catcher say. The worst case scenario. Mami explain. Yes, I will be in a wrong impression. So worst case scenario now catcher say it will be that the EC should go and do a proper declaration. The effect of that will mean that the declaration of candidate Kufuado is unconstitutional. As winner of the election, is unconstitutional.
By that, it does not mean we would have a rerun. The EC can be asked to go.
Do you know the effects?
It can be asked to go.
If it is unconstitutional, it means he never won. It never existed. Not for your real declaration. I want to be.
Say almost say mean someone me can ye nyine. And one a million is omunia sembia. And same omunia sembia because Obi evidence bear pa ne mu odu say. See I what ye Mr. Busano at the pimpim say etimutimi ye collation or say omo ye no former president John Dramani Mahama every one touch. Obi and you no kwa no sem kwode betre. I mean just Obi just be fair. Say because by your tone ye pedi wa wini. And also the okay can duplicate no copy of a year pink sheeted young mamma. Mama ye mu coalition and can say former president Mama winning one today. That is the best evidence. In fact, that is the most compelling evidence you can put before the law court.
To invoke Article 64.
Exactly, 64. Oh, McMahon was one country, Massa. I told him. So we will say, and what can I say? More we knew, and I'm a day. Saturday, Dominic Mohana Munchama, and I'm a day. Most what videos I can say, oh, Muyamu coalition, former president, my even one touch. Yes, you won't. Okay, good. And I may make a choice say, and yet, court in your modern and I'm court, you are wasting everybody's time. You are wasting everybody's time because No.
Because
until Musa the presidential petition be Musabanyasa. I know what's happening now. As was okay. It was the presidential petition.
In what window? So window no.
It has been closed. It didn't mean say the best form of evidence, the most compelling evidence anybody can gather, any party can gather, and say you can't near seeing you know near Kutayeno, and yes sir, and a year pink sheet so into the former president we really want touch. You don't go to court say any yama I didn't rerun Tio Obi. Also, we need one touch. What if you so we need one touch? But rather, you are in court, saying, "Say court and sign one of your reliefs." To what say? One of your engine card and card the properties and come for some results and can among us into court in the claim and become one winning. Eti obi ni omo Kenya na nso nyinam. Ni omo Kenya no as at the paper be enim. They are wasting everybody's time.
Asempa
Asempa court. Why am from so bad 4 times? Obi wouldn't say even application can come correct even errors. No, so application can from Sasashimuma. But to the court, Amo Konya say, Kona Kosachra, what do you never to a yenim? Now, mamma no year elections. No, Nanoa a kofum ye total vote cuts, not total valid votes. Figure no and such right. Was the send be must there be and from Swana why any dear
Asempa FM
into India petition or more own petition. They keep they are referencing 13,434,554. Meanwhile, my men also at the kind of correct figure no at the aba. So correct figure no 13,121,111. To be ended if was some say. And some person maybe as if they don't have any case. They are not challenging any of the elections conducted. And Obi, I repeat, they are not challenging any of the elections conducted in the 38,622 polling stations. Additionally, 311 special voting centers. Now, yes, they are not challenging any of the elections conducted in these places. Adio Moyano, some from Somi and Sana, Obapa Jin Mensa ye, Oba correct you, almost what correct you, Asempa when you, almost what correct you, won't correct you, yet the young fan, and 1 year calculation, a calculation, no.
Asempa FM,
a 49 point something, and a Mahaman's work for this is almost many. Obi, Asemwe. Me yellow and inti, mentrana mimwa, but yen yaha, buhunim guasi BP. Ubu bufu showa, and this political party, sorry, Eddie Tiamon penny for. The bedroom review said they have been misled badly. Obi Miss Udo Pasha, I say, wow, tea cray, I mean, ye cassay. Say, Abaroma, we need one touch. What we need one touch of one dance here where I was here. Yeah, me was also the presidential petition me kwa osu and no some dream when the window is already closed for that. It would say yes ya dream bi bo apayo bi ye ni hwe but yen call ni enko kansam ni nyini hunya.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
It will be a proper trial na shasia and abu hu ngwase e beto kofu kuma. People will run. And ngwase
in this election petition.
Me say emede say ya petition ase no wasa ka biem. Say yes. Yeah, coalition. Na Mahama we need one touch. And me some also more cut it na mode news. Say some Jamfi say still. And the date say 26th on 26th. Or say still mu coalition. Mu kambo mu no. Mahama we need one touch. Meanwhile, you are in court. O patch or say. Obi declaration no yeah name from sober mu na affect the outcome of the result. Was still percent of
Asempa FM.
Also coalition. This is how ineffective and this coalition is here. Omanye coalition biya. Omanye coalition biya. That is why we do muti pimpimsa. Njobi, you was solid legal team. Na mamemfa wa fidie so na membo a legal team no abaso. Obi they are working day and night, and I'm so happy. Yen Penny Akutampao, lawyer Frank Davis, Dapa Ado, lawyer.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Kwaku Esrifi, ya upon Victoria Beth, Bright Ejukum, and Dr. Ernest Owusu Dapa. Nyamishra Mopadi are working really hard. And Nyami Wednesday, Thursday, and yes, I a bishia a walk call to be. Until any time I'm between Safribiano, Ebaba. But I'm happy, say, and no BBA who assembling in any, and then Mguasia to NDC4.
Lawyer Henry Nanabuache and Motin and Kano Obaha or Shehat Mienu. And the spokesperson for the second respondent, one of the spokespersons for the second respondent, actually a national youth organizer of the ruling NPP. Ekosiisen On Asempa 94.7 FM.
Asempa FM.